Welcome back to Aarambh. Today, I am super excited to introduce you to complete Workspace Management Kit, a powerful and scalable backend with Rust and Axum. This project includes everything you need to build a real-world team-based SaaS platform. Let's explore it together: the code, the features, and a full Postman demonstration. So, what does the Workspace Kit include? Here, quick rundown: authentication. In authentication, there is a registration, login, forget, reset password, all with token-based validation and Argon tool action. User management. Update password security, change email with token verification. Workspace code. Create, update, delete, and paste workspace. Things flag style workspace log. Role and permission management. Create role, assign them, and destination route via middleware based on permission. User invite. Invite user to workspace using secure invite code. Fully tested with including Postman, ready to local to production needs. If you are enjoying this project and you want to support me building more open source projects, consider buying me a coffee. Even small support helps a lot. And join our Discord community where you can ask questions, share your Rust project, get help with quick bugs, or hang out with other developers. You will find the invite link in the description. First of all, let's start to create our project. I go to this project. Okay. First of all, I am going to desktop. Open the terminal and I am going to desktop. So I want to create the project in my desktop. Here I am running the command like cargo new workspace kit tutorial. I am creating a project name with workspace kit because I am creating a tutorial. Here the cargo new, it will create a project. It's created project. Now I am going to workspace kit tutorial. Okay. If you are using VS Code, you need to run this command code space dot. I am running jet. That's why I am running this command to open this in my directory like this. Just close it, close this one, open it, and it's full screen all. You can see it created a sample project for us, cargo run and everything. It now Rust Analyzer is working on it. First of all, now I want to just add some dependency on here. Sorry, dependency for our Rust project. Just go in browser git.com. I am there with this link. I will provide this link in the description. You need to just copy code from here and just put cargo.toml file and just copy this whole code from here and paste it here. And whenever you save this code, the Rust Analyzer will automatically work also in VS Code, also in Jet. I am using the editor Jet because it looks so nicely. This is not a promotional video of Jet, but it's working so good for us faster development. You can use it depending on you. which code editor you want to like use. Okay, let's explain here which library we are want to use. Argon 2 for password hashing, a string thread for synchronize with connection with database. This for the date time. .env means env file loading. JSON token, JSON serializing, deserializing, all JSON very SQLx, everything with latest version. I already updated everything with latest version. So PostgreSQL UUID validator, validating our exam with latest version 0.8.4. Exam extra, everything is latest version. If you did talk to it, so latest version. Later, this is later for a mail. We are also doing a mail verification on every step and everything for mail. After save this file, it automatically download and resources and build for you. If it not work, you just open your terminal and run cargo build. It will work for you, but I don't need to run this command because my editor is automatically do it for me. After it, I need to create a .env file. Here is a .env file. Just copy this code from here and paste it here. You can see this is database URL. PostgreSQL username. Here actually need a username. Your database username. My database username is PostgreSQL and my password. I will change it later. This is localhost. If you are using cloud or any service, then give your URL. You need to paste your URL, which is our database. In PostgreSQL, then we need to create a database. It is our database name. Workspace Kit. Okay. I really need to create a tutorial. Let's do it. Your authentication key, you need to generate a unique authentication key, which means secret key. It will automatically convert your password and everything in secret key. If not for password, it is JWT token. So for JWT secret key, JWT message I set up here of for 1 day, which is in a second. This is for 1 day, and this is port in 8000 port our backend will run. If you want to change it here port anything like 8001 or 4000, it depends on you if you want to change, but I want to prepare to 8000 for my. It is our backend base URL. Backend our base URL is /API. So everything in our backend is all covered with /API. And this is our front end URL. In this project, I am not created any front end, just creating a backend and showing how the backend works with workspace role, how to create a role by user and manage it permission and everything, permission based route, middleware, everything. This is before demonstration how it works, and you need to change here your provider gmail.com. If you are using Gmail, then you need to write your Gmail. Using any other, you can use here your provider of mail. If you can TLS, LSS or non-secure, anything you need to write here. Here is your username, your password of provider, which mail is the domain, your everything. This is the main template part where I am showing you. SRC mail template part. We are creating here mail in SRC mail and template. In here, every our Gmail email template will save in this part. Okay. If you want to change this part, you can change and give that part here. But I prefer this one for me. Okay. You need to change here everything, your Postman, your username, your Postman password, your PostgreSQL for username, your PostgreSQL password, and your JWT job token, secret, everything you need to change here. Not to leave as it is. Otherwise, I will change it background. Okay. Now, we need to create something like SQLx. Where is SQLx? Let's see it after it. It's Postman collection, the long Postman. Now we need to create SQLx. See, this is SQLx everything. For it, first of all, you go to Google and search SQLx Rust. This is the SQLx Rust GitHub official directory. We are using it for now. Okay. Here we can find the CLI command. This is SQLx CLI. We need it. In here you can go and run this in your terminal where your project open. It download SQLx CLI for a PostgreSQL, only for PostgreSQL, not one else. Okay. If you using a various open series, if you using Rust, anything else, SQLx CLI for everything SQLite, the database usage, but we are using PostgreSQL. I am using PostgreSQL, that's why I need PostgreSQL. Okay, open the terminal and just paste the command here. It will run for you, but I don't need to run because I already run this command in my system and it will be fine. That will be the terminal. Okay. After it, you need to run this command SQLx merge add. Just copy this only, SQL merge add, not a full command /n. Just paste it here and tables. We are saying the file name with tables. Okay. It created the migration with the date timestamp and table.sqlx. Okay. In migration folder, you can see in your root folder there is migration folder and table name. Just you need to just copy from here the full part file, copy and paste it here. I will explain everything use, so wait for it and save it. After copying pasting everything, you need to save it there also. So save it. I will explain to everything, don't worry. Okay, let's start. I just added here some template of email. Actually, I forget to add tag. Added here everything. Now we can complete with just which need to be file. Just copy paste here and let's explain our this table.sqlx file. First of all, we are extension enabling the accession of UID because we are just updating, because we need the UUID. We're not getting a primary key like default number 1 2 3. We are using UUID for it. Here is the user table. First it has ID, name, email, password, email verified or not, pending email, which means a new email is pending for a token, that new email token, new email expiry at token, when expire a token. I am using a pending email because this email will go in a pending before the token is validated. For not token is validated, email not change directly here. This is a pending form. Directly first it will pending. Then after it will validate. Okay. This is our index for email type. File email. It find of multiple emails so very fastly using index. This is our workspace. It has a primary key with ID, the name, owner of user ID means owner of the workspace, defined it user ID. This is the user and its ID is here. Defined it on delete on cache start. It means when our user deleted, it also delete this recording by you. Okay. Invite code. This invite code we are not generated by Postgres by itself. We did this command of 26 character long. It means 25 character long. Where text block timestamp using timestamp and text. It will always be unique. Okay, that's why I am here unique. You also want email always unique. Email chain pending. You also check there if the email already exists or not. Okay. Invite code user pending. Okay. Default or not. Whenever user created by default false, it means whenever user first time is creating a workspace, it will default to true. After is whenever user creating a workspace, have first workspace already. After this, create a multiple workspace because this platform creating multiple workspace with everything work on the user, and inside the user have workspace. Inside the workspace can have multiple workspace, and inside workspace have the organization different thing. Something I will explain you later. It means there is first workspace created by user, it default true. After it, any workspace created by user, always the default is false. Here you can see here is unique owner ID and name. It means whenever user creating a workspace with your owner ID, that owner user ID is one. I am creating a workspace name Aarambh. Okay, I already named with Aarambh is created, but after some time I am going to create with same name of workspace. It give me error to unique contraction means it workspace already existed. It workspace name already existed. You need to change your workspace name because it always need to unique. Okay. Here is the index which workspace ID by you. Owner ID is find very fast. Here is the row. This is the row. Okay. Role ID the primary key. Here is the workspace ID in which workspace this role was created. There is the owner of workspace. It will create role, manage role, permission and everything. It depends on the owner. Each owner will create a role. It in a workspace. There is the owner. Let's I explain and here is a user. Okay. Inside the user there is a workspace. Okay. There is a user like have this. User also have multiple workspace like this. So you wait a minute, where it's symbol. This symbol means user have multiple workspace like this. Workspace mistake and workspace it have one role and permissions. Okay. Now this workspace also have one role and permissions. Okay. It means every workspace have their own role and own permission. This permission is predefined by us. Don't worry, I will explain which permission I am depending if you want to change, if you want to change, if you want to update, and you can update. But role it can by user, the workspace owner or workspace owner give us someone to manage role and update role, delete role, anything. It depend on the user, which user is creating this workspace. Okay, user have many workspace, not only two. Okay, it depend on user. That's why I am using here a workspace ID with ID and the name and the description of role, the role description, what the role can do and anything. It depends on user. It's null, means it's optional. If user want to write description, it will write. If not want to write, it's not write. Here is a workspace ID and the name. It's a unique. Every workspace ID had its own only unique name, not all in table. If the workspace 1 have a role with manager, if workspace 2 it also have a role with manager, if workspace 1 have role with manager, it trying to create a new role with same name, our database directly give its it error that this workspace already have this role name. You don't create the next. You need to create a unique, or you need to create a some different. There is a permission. Okay, I am not creating here a permission, name, workspace ID, anything. It is a predefined for us. It is global for every workspace. Okay, here is a role ID and its permission ID. The role permission table. Here is the all on delete, cast scan, everything. Everything is delete and cast scan. Whenever delete the user, it will delete all table user data. If you are creating anything, it depends on you. Now here is, you can see the role ID. The role ID come from here because this is always be unique role ID. Unique role ID, it means each role ID we can get the name of the role, in which workspace this role ID working, everything. And with this role ID we can also get the which permission is have. Here is a not, it means one role ID only have one, no, it have multiple permission, which permission user want to give this role. Okay, it depends on the user. That's why we have primary key, not a unique, like this one. Okay, now this is a workspace user. Okay. Now this is the user ID. This means which user, in which workspace, and which role it have, and the status is active, deactive. Actually not the need for me in this project. If you need to, you can use this. By default it's active. It's a workspace user. Whenever I want to get to some user, I want to get the list of my, in my workspace there is a users, get the list of users. There is a user ID. This user related to workspace and this role it has. Okay. Now here is a email and password reset token. I choose email and password, email verification and password reset token in different table. You can use the same, or depend on you how do you want to use. I am using in a different table because password reset token, whenever user already have a email token but you forget the password, directly going to change the password, and this bot can conflict because we are using a user ID, not a different thing. So I just make a separate and more creatable for the password reset token and the email verification token. Okay, this is our all permission. Whenever creating a database, with this file, it automatically creates a permission list with the unique IDs. Okay, here is the update workspace. The person who have permission means a role who have a permission to update workspace is only can update. The delete workspace, the delete the workspace, manage the role. The manager role, it means create, update, delete the role. Manage permission, it means manage the permission. It not used for now. It's only for testing purpose. Invite member, any user can invite a member. View members, any user can view a members. A view role, any user only can view, not manage anything. View permission, any user can only view all permission, not the manage permission. Remove user, any user can remove a role from here. Assign role to member, it means whenever user role have a permission to assign role to member, it can change the role of a user. Okay. Here is a main thing. Create default role for a workspace. Okay. In here, whenever here the trigger function, I created it for whenever user it's whenever our workspace is created by default in PostgreSQL, it after insert of workspace. Okay. It means whenever our PostgreSQL, wait a minute, whenever a PostgreSQL trigger a workspace created after the workspace creation, it will take that workspace ID and trigger this function. Okay, that means create default role for a workspace. It take a two role, creating a two role, take a admin ID, admin role ID, and manager role ID, and just creating a same workspace ID, get a workspace ID, its name and description. By default I adding here the admin and the manager. Okay. For admin, here is a admin new ID. I am first of all I am created this, then I am getting a admin and manager role ID into admin role ID. You can see here into manager role ID. After is assign the permission, assign the permission to user admin. For admin it have all permission, therefore I am selecting admin role ID and the permissions all ID. It will create the role ID and the all permission ID with admin have all permission. Assign the limited permission to manager role. In manager role I am giving some limited permission, like only 4 permission I am giving it. Role permission, table is role insert and permission ID. I am selecting manager ID from permission where name is view member, view role, view permission or invite member. Only these 4 permission I am giving to manager. Okay. And inside create workspace active user, workspace active as a user, you can insert into workspace user, which user ID means owner of the workspace ID, workspace ID, role ID, the admin role ID, and that. Because I am giving here the admin role ID because of the owner of a user ID means this is the owner of the workspace. It always have admin role. It not changed by anyone. Okay. This is the trigger function and solve the single. Okay. And before the workspace create, when I fired any query, before it our PostgreSQL check in a single default workspace when default count is a 0. Whenever workspace is created, the owner ID is default is true. Count means it's counting the owner with same ID is already have if workspace, then it's checking the is default true or not. If default true, it take the dash that into a default count and check if it greater than 0, then our default is default is false, otherwise it true, and return the new query and just insert as the default false or default true. It before, if you see here, I am using it before insert of workspace, and after insert of workspace it means before and after. It means it directly insert to before and after whenever I am defining here for each row, not on specific row, for each row. Okay, on whenever firing the every query for creating workspace, in every file of PostgreSQL checked everything. Okay, this is the explanation. It takes so much time explanation because the file is very long. Now save and close file. Now in SQLx you need to run this command for create our database. Okay, I am just copy pasted this command, paste here. It will just create database from our .env, sorry, not .env. Okay, here is a .env, not column env. It take SQLx database, means take your PostgreSQL URL from a .env and create a database for it. Okay, now if I run this command, there is no error. It means successfully created database. If you don't realize how to create it, you can go to pgadmin for and check that, but I don't need to check because I know the creating database. After this, you need to run this command. Just copy paste from here. So here it icon to copy paste. After you need to run command SQL migration run. This for the SQL database create, means database creation, and it means the run migration. It means run this file in our database. It will create this file or tables. In the just rinse command, apply migration timestamp migration tables in our database. It take how many time? Give you. It means our now this is just created in pgadmin. I show you, just open it. It will take some time for opening it. The command, this command means it take the all data from our here. So it's opening. It will take all data from this SQL file and create the database for us. Okay, now just open. It needs to some password from my side. It take two passwords from my side. Now you can see here is a workspace. Okay, you can see it created table for us. SQL migration, this is table by default is created for SQLx. If you add a new row, anything, it will update by whenever it created 25, 23, time stamp, success or not, the binary data, checksum and everything. You can see here the new database by created it, there is no row, there is no data. Everything created by itself. So fast using PostgreSQL command, we don't need to open pgadmin anymore. The PostgreSQL command is do everything for us. It means SQL command everything do for us. Okay, now the database is ready. Now the file is ready. What we need next to going to create We don't need more anything. So guys, we have seen how database work, how database creation and migration work. Now let's create a constraint constraint constant to direct file in src, create new file with base constant.rs file. Okay, now just paste here this code, full base code. Okay, in here is a permission, update workspace, all permission in a one, head of 10 with the string value all. Okay, this is our constant permission. If you want to add here permission, you can add something like anywhere thing. If you add any permission, you change it here, you definitely change that permission also in here and rerun your this full code fully. Okay, now let's create a models.rs file from here. Create new file .model.rs file and copy paste this full code. First of all, in mode, okay, sorry, mode extend mode models. Okay, now you can see here is the date time chrono user model SQL format, because it's our SQL database. All the model, if you see here is the all model with our database comparison. There is the all model with our database. Workspace user role permission, email restriction, password reset, everything is same is it is our this SQL table database. Okay, and see here is optional because it is optional, not null, not defined it here, that's why it's optional. Okay, here we define, that's why it's not null. Let's go for our head. Now create here a folder with name of mail. In mail you can create folder template. Now just copy the file email change verification HTML, create here change verification.html. Okay, copy the full code, paste it here. Is it done? Now same as you need to copy the all of HTML file code. Reset password email. Reset password email. Verification email.html. Just create new file, everything.html and just copy the footnote. You can change email template as you want. I just generate by AI this email template. Put an appreciation. Copy paste the code. Now this whole copy paste code is completed. Now we can start our coding. First we will create a config, then we will handle everything. Okay. All copy paste code is completed. If you want to copy paste your this JSON file, this actually your so long JSON file, Postman collection. You just open it in new tab and row or otherwise row. Those are a big file. A big file. It's taking some time. You can just copy your and paste in your Postman collection file anywhere if you want to right now, otherwise I'm doing it later. Okay. Now so guys, I changed here template name by mistake, by something else, so spelling mistake. Now let's create our config file. So means config folder. Config folder. First, let's create a mod.rs file. So this is a module file where everything is defined, and in main we need to create mod.config. Okay. It will modular our config file to our whole project. We can use anywhere in project. Now create a config.rs file. First we create a struct like struct. Oh, sorry, we need to add here. But now config. Okay, because modular the config file, and this modular is the main folder, main file. This config file is environment. We can access it anywhere in our file. Structure config. Okay, now derive means debug clone, nothing else. Okay, we want debug and clone. Drive for database URL string, for JWT secret string, for JWT max age I64, for port is U16, for backend base URL is a string, for front end base URL is a string. Now let's implement config. So I find init self let database underscore. It automatically complete for us. The AI of it, that's good for us actually. You can see here is an environment variable. You need to import from STT environment. It's an environment variable. From database, it will take database URL, from check 0v secret and the port, backend base URL, frontend base URL, everything it gets from a database. Okay. Everything get in a stored in a variable. We are just passing it into here for our some mistake for we do for port. We can do here like this. I will show you. So you can say grab or else $8,000.2 string like this, and the value must be valid U16 number. You don't need to pass anything. Yeah, we need to pass U16. Pass everything in U6. There is a that AI is very good. And now we don't need to pass here. Just go to this must be a set. Here, like this. Date of looking message with us 16 I-64 still valid number. It cannot if you want to like remove it perfectly. It must be set it outside here. After it is, and so it also will let compare with port. So put it look nice. Reading here done. We need to just pass here and then configuration with that. Now let's create new file. Mail notebook config.rs. Check add mail notebook configure Indian mode dot mail. Okay. Now is available in globally in YouTube projects for step mail config. Every data from here we have some different data can belong. We need to put in SMTP create a word SMTP port SMTP username SMTP password, but mail template dot string. Okay, implement mail config dot fn init to self have it look while SMTP server SMTP port 100 or 505 string or 100. Okay, it's using her by default, but I don't like it. Self let SMTP server equal to E and V format where SMTP server will get from here, but that's then here it will give directly like here SMTP server must be set. Okay. Let SMTP port must be set or pass directly passing number. That's good for us. To pass, we use here unwrap else like our first one by 7 by default of 2 string. Okay. Our mail template part, everything we settled on E and V. If you see, want to see that, I don't want to see it there because everything I know correctly set up. Now the configuration is completed. We will continue with other template. Okay, now let's create a error for the RS file in SRC. In SRC, let's create a new file named error.rs. Okay, and here first we will define our error response struct. Okay, first we need to mode here in mode error. This for the error, it's globally available in our folder. Now create a struct for it. Error response like verb with us, which is string message also string. I don't need it. Now, here is a mirror. Debug serialize deserialize. We want this. Wait a minute, guys. Okay, now implement FMT from SPT, not anywhere else, from STP, use display for error message. For error message, just write this command, and for here we need to change here only this bracket, after this search JSON dot to string and self dot unwrap. We want this only. After it, just here make up enum error message or message on you. Here derive not derive is here. We want partition parcel. Here we want it empty password set max password length with use size. Okay, it means we can pass here some size. After you pass the word to sort with use size, invalid as format. After it has string error. After it invalid broken. After it word error. After it wrong credential email exit, means email already exists. It depends on you what you want to write here. After it user no longer exit. After it token not provided. After it permission denied. Okay, we want this all. So it's implement to strings for error message. We are now error message. We are converting everything into two string. Okay. For it, we need fm to bring this function. If we return our cell, means this message what we are doing here. Cell dot to the score str dot to dot o1 net. Just write if this give you any error, because it's not a function right now. We are creating it later. Now let's create this function. If giving error, don't worry. Here implement error message fn to str and cell. can see we have created this here string. Now create it match cells. There is a error message. So many error message. First I need the server error, not like this. Your server error so please try again later. Not to okay. Now error message wrong credential. We need error message wrong credential, email or password is incorrect, right? Email a user, error message email exit, user with this email is already exit. Let's see. User no longer exists means not the user no longer exists. We need to change this message. Belong to this token no longer exists. Now let's create error message empty password. Password cannot be empty. Not to string is here. Now passing error passing error why passing password, right? अब error invalid hash format, invalid password hash format of the string. After it we need error max attention password. Okay, is a max length. Sorry, length spelling is wrong. Now we need to forward, like it must be more than the length execute maximum length of standard maximum length. We don't like this. What should be much not should be more than this character. Okay. We will define it later with the land and we call from there which error method, and it will define here. Okay. And now the error sort method must be lit. Okay, this error is good. Now we want invalid token. Error invalid token. Just here will become authentication token is valid or expired. Okay. Token not provided. Here your you are not logged in. Please log in to continue. Good. And permission denied. Needs to change here. You are not authorized to perform this action. Okay, now everything was good and nice format, and the message to clear the user what they can see. Now here create a pub struct or HTTP error. Pub message string and pub vectors code from Axum HTTP data source. Okay, don't from anywhere else, otherwise it give error. We don't need anything, we need just rely with debug and clone, nothing else. Just implement HTTP error here and pub fn new underscore new message will implement into string. This is your message, like look like this, self pub fn server error. Okay, this look good. Pub fn bad request. Okay, it's also good. Pub fn unauthorized. Good. Pub fn unique const on brain play some so we need to change here. Wrong. Yeah, we and so now it's coming that it will change with conflict. Okay, pub fn into HTTP response. Okay, and self not answer, directly self, and here will be a response from use Axum response from this one. Okay, now we let JSON response equal to JSON from Axum JSON with the error response primitive message cell.this into response, like every message cell.message JSON self-status JSON response. Okay. After it, let implement fmt this display for HTTP error. FN it needs this. We are right here, right? F common HTTP error message, which error message we want to show. Status we want to show here self dot message self dot status. Okay, now here implement std error for HTTP error. For error handling we need it, but we don't need to write anything inside it. Just now implement into response from Axum response into response for HTTP error. Okay. When I was writing the response, I will explain you how it works. Okay. Now just getting response from here. Just here is also finish error. Okay, here the adjustment failed. Not to think. Okay. Now error was gone. Everything is perfect. Ignore this word. In multiple variable construction, it never used. Ignore this after it. After we creating the full project, it will using it everywhere. Now how I can about this main thing, input response. Will directly input response from take from here. Any HTTP method we are calling it directly into response from taking from here data and directly into response go to there. So I will explain you later when we are creating handler, because it come into handler and how they work. I will show you everything. Okay. Now our error.rs file is fully completed. We need to create something else. Okay, now in SRC create a new folder with utils. These utils, in utils create a mod.rs file, and in main just add mod.utils folder. It mod file, it now attach it here and we can use this anywhere. Now create a new file name with password.rs. Okay. And password.rs pub mode password. Okay. Now this password.rs is locally available in our project because we added in more and more. We added in main. Okay. Let's write code and password.rs. First of all, I am just const creating a const for max password length equals 64. Sorry, 64. This side to side and const main password length is 8. Now static are gone to lazy lazy lock from us std sync log lazy log. Okay, now here lazy log like are gone to this static. Okay, now here lazy log new with the parameters. Let params go to params from argon to parent argon to go to new. Let's define everything by default here 4_096. Here is a 3 from 32. This is a 4 MB memory take only for 4 MB memory take, the lower than default, but still pure. Okay, still is secure. After it we see iterator higher than default but still secure. Actually higher than default. Okay, it lands higher than default but secure, and it parameterization higher than default but secure. Everything we define but higher than default, but we are using a low memory, but it's secure than this thing about. Okay. Here in my jet are gone to parameters for best security. We want security and speed balance, both for security and speed balance. Okay, if you see, you can see here like this parameters provide booster security while we here it really fast. It's now okay. In my previous video, if you see or not see, I don't know. But if you see, whenever you're compressing a password, it takes some time. But after it, it will not take time. But it's also secure and it's very fast. Okay, Argon 2 with parameters. Okay, Argon 2 new. Here is we are defining algorithm. Sorry. Argon 2 algorithm. Argon 2 algorithm. Now version is Argon 2 version is will be 0x shopping then parameter. Now it's done. We don't need anything else from it. Just create a fn as password with now we take password with implement of sa there u8. Don't worry, I'm sure how you can pass here. Result string error message. Okay, we are doing an algorithm with letting lock something different parameters, something highly parameters. By default 80 so parameters with gone here. Maximum data length is this. We are changing to everything. Optimize optional. That's why I am using here sum. Optional. Here is a maximum cost with this maximum right. You can see the everything. If you see the output, it is maximum. It's a how much? Maximum is a 4. Output length. This is the output length. See here. The output length is the maximum 4. We are using a 32, not 4. Most code is a 4 MB memory table tag. So only by default you can see everything is here by default. Set over here you can see, but we are using some higher, some lower, because the memory safety and faster the compressor password, and that's all. Okay, fast compressed password and also secure password if you compare what password equal to password as ref. Now we have readable password. You can read the password. If password is empty, return. Here will be a return some error. Return error message empty password. Okay, message empty password if password not then is minimum each minimum 10. Our lower password is age size of 8, then we can the password too short. Oh, password too short. Password too short with size of min password length. Okay. Now here's the password extended length with the max password length. Now we will check the password length, the minimum password, the maximum password length. We check everything. Now let's make our cell unity cell from argon to well, then string from argon to password head. Okay, generate and mute OSRG from hashing to password hash and code and ODR. Let as are gone dot as password as password. Here is going to pass password, your password, and solve. It's being created from here. Then it gives us some error. If and some error, mat error is match. We check it match. If the password as error. Error to password, then we shall send error message password hashing error. Otherwise, reset. If any error you want to send here, and it's okay for this. As dot to string. Okay. That adds some control error, I think so. Okay, there is some import error. Let's see the params is perfect. Yeah, params is perfect. I will import the new one. Use Argon to password hash. Password hash when or when and the password hash password header. So verifier, it's everything we need. And solve string error as a password as error. Okay. Now we need here Argon to algorithm version and params. Now let's see what error will be. Mistype struct params. Okay, there is a mistype struct params. Okay, here needs to expand. Some methods failed. To create Argon to params. Now this error was gone. Here the heavy error was gone. Everything is perfect. Now let's create our Up FN compare password. Okay. Password here implement as ref u8 and has set password and str here result our boolean or same it is error message. Okay. Let password is a pass go to password dot ref and if password dot is empty, we need to copy it from here directly because everything is same here. First recheck the system, after it let to parse it as we are just passing have here password as new. In new we are just passing as password. If any error, type error just like this, error message invalid hash format, just keep it like this and match argon to dot verify password and parse it as is okay. It means okay true if error password error password okay false and error error message hashing error. Okay. Wait for a moment guys, the battery is low laptop. Let it be. Okay, let's explain this. Comma now. You see there is an error, everything is working fine. We are creating Argon lazy log. With lazy log you can just over it and read about it. It's a value when initiating the first create. The type of trace cell is lazy cell. You can use a static slide initializer before we call multiple thread. We are calling multiple thread currently running at route. Everything is lazy-less. It works very fine. If you want, you can read here documentation and go and you can read. It's very helpful for us. The Rust standard library has so many things to helpful us and work very fast in this way. In hash password, when I want to change the function name only hash, which directly has our password. Not the other function. If you want to write the password as password, you can write, but I don't want. Just want to write this. Here we are taking a password and just taking password is empty, maximum length, and just has password with. First we are creating a solve and we are hashing a password. If any error, we will return the hashing error. Otherwise, we will return the hash password string. In the compressed password, I want to compare only, not compare password. We are give the original password from the user and the hashed password, and the return boolean is true or false, and error message we are checking it. We are first pass hashes password in the password hash. It will give us some password hash. Then in verify password, we need to pass password hash and our password in this format. That's why we are taking password in this format. Okay. Now you can understand how passwords work, and we are just optimize our code for more fast and security also. Before we are using that code, the first code we are using in my previous video, so not so I don't know, but in my previous video I am just using that code that it's not fast, but that is secure. That's why it's taking some time for making the password encrypted. But this code is fast also and secure also. I am just optimizing code because of its laziness and everything. Or the password is completed. Now we can move to the token. I will check the QP token creation and everything. Let's close it. Also close the main format and create a new file with name of token.rs. Also pub here pub mode token. Now this is our whole JWT token. First we will create a pub struct, name with token claims, pub sub is a subject, pub lay sweat when we are using this size, and pub when it expires size, we don't want a clone, we want only debug, serialize and deserialize. So let import serialize and deserialize here. In here subject is a specific subject where expired. Subject is a specific our user ID. That both are timestamp. Okay. Now let's create the constant for default token configuration. Okay. sorry, const default algorithm, not str, JWT algorithm, okay, not the Argon algorithm. You want JWT algorithm, it has 256, yeah, SS 256 algorithm we are taking, and static default token validation lazy lock validation, the validation also from JWT token. Here we can use legit lock, glog new this validation new our default algorithm. Now we need static header with lazy lock header from JWT token, lazy lock. Just write with me, I will explain everything. New header new default algorithm. Okay, you can see we are creating our default algorithm because we are using algorithm in so many ways, so many places in shape file. That's why we use the default algorithm. We will use default token validation. It means whenever we want to validate our token, there we are using a default token validation. We don't need to write this code again and again. Okay, here is the header. Header is a default algorithm. We also same it is. Okay. Any if you are using a default in static, always use lazy lock for it. It will prefer very well and work very nicely. Pub fn create token. This function is for creating token. We need a user ID with str format. Not UID. If you see anywhere in the model, we are using the ID. This is user and this is ID, which is user ID. Is UID, but we don't want here in UID. We want here in str. Okay. And create key in byte. Actually, it means a byte. Choose 8. We want expire in second I64. Now result. Here pass here string or JSON where token error. Okay. If user underscore id go to nstr, sorry, is empty. It's return error kind invalid token, sorry, it's return variable error kind, so it's directly return from here, not here, error kind invalid subject dot into. Okay. Now need to bracket. After it, that here we compute times 10. Let now UTC from chrono now. Okay. Let claim go to token claim subject equal to user id dot to print int issue now dot to dot times 10 as a UI site expired at means now plus duration from chrono second of expired second dot timestamp as a use site. Okay, it's done. Now just with a static header to avoid return the sub. Okay, we are now using encode header header now and claim, and the key is encode coding key from JSON web token from secret, our secret. Okay, just pass it. Now your create token is completed. Pop fn decode token, unique token, the nstr directly create result string http error, which will give a http error. Let decode go to decode from back. Okay, from JWT token, your reporting key, your validation, we need here, sorry, we need here token claims, which will pass token claim. Token is already have there, and we need to pass here decoding key from secret. We are passing the secret, and validation is, you know, the before the validation we created token validation is here, and the match, sorry, from match decode. Okay, means it's give our token, just pass token like this. Okay, token dot then dot sub, after it error, pass error like here, like error STTP error, we need to pass the unauthorized error message like invalid token dot to string. Okay, claims, not claims, string. Yeah, you need to read the string. Okay, the spelling of string is if it's capital S, not a small s. Okay, now STT create sub token. We need to token claim everything. Construct default token configuration. We are using it. We are creating token, using validation and decoding token, everything group. Now our token and the password is completed with secure and fast will token and password for us. A millisecond, you can create a login. The pass token could be anywhere else. Mail folder, mail folder, create a new file, not in template. Okay, like mail folder, not in template, mail, create a new file with send mail.rs, and also create a new file with mod.rs, and also add it in mod.mail. Okay. And save it. It will be available here. Pub mod send mail. Now it's globally available. Send it. Here we are writing a function for sending a mail to the user. Send email mail config and mail config. Now config.mail we created or in config folder here. Now let's create two email which user need to email, which subject we need. So we are using subject, template path, str placeholders. Placeholder look like this. String and string. It's actually like array of key value. Okay. Now its result we pass nothing. If success, you can fail. A box dynamic STT error with errors. Now let's first new HTML underscore template equal to fh from http read to string template with some error like return error to that. Have a string value for key and your value in placeholder HTML template equal to HTML template dot replace key to value. So value. Now let email equal to message. Will the message come later? Message, because this is library for sending email, email builder, and now from need email config dot from mail. From mail. Wait a minute. Mail config. There is no from. Okay. We actually forget this from mail. And in here, just after SMTP password, create SMTP from mail go to string for here let SMTP from mail equal to from mail or anything else from address, not mail. From address. From address. So by mistakenly now env web what is there? Let's copy from directly here to X. Where, not where, not where, must be set, and your SMTP address must be set. Okay. Get a mistake to take from, do not take SMTP address. Now we take it. Get a mistake by mistake. Next you configure that we need the SMTP from mail so that it will pass. Okay. Not to mail to mail dot pass dot subject. Here is the subject. Header, the header dot contain. Header will come from letter. It's dot contain type text HTML. After it, there is a single part. It a single part from letter message. Okay. This is a simple builder dot header to header we already imported it. The content type same like text HTML. After it dot body HTML template. Now completed that. Create equal to credential new mail_config dot SMTP username dot clone and mail_config dot SMTP password dot clone. Here is a clone. Let mailer which will send a mail SMTP transport from after reply and mail config dot SMTP server dot credential is our create or port it comes from and mail config dot SMTP port and dot build. We are just building it, not some method from here. If any error come here, any error that the result equal to mailer dot send enter at email. Now here we are match result equal to mailer, sorry, result not equal to mailer. Okay, this print ln email send successfully to the email with error print ln fail to send email to with this error. To with error. Okay, simple. Okay. There is no full error. There is some error. U16. And we are passing. U16 is correct. We are passing to check. We don't want to borrow anymore. Now the send mail is completed. You can see send mail is completed now perfectly. After it, we will create a in here a new file with the name main.rs. In this file we are creating so many functions that send a particular subject with the mail, like more mails. That's why we are naming it mails, not mail anything. Here all functions that we have a subject, template path, the base URL, backend URL, what template selected, everything. Okay. First of all, create verification name. We need this function first. Here it's a base URL and str and the token, the str with the string. Here is error. Format of this token. What do this? This URL token. Pub sync fn send verification email mail config go to end mail config backend base URL, because we need here backend base URL and str mail template and str to email, which email, and str main and str token and str result with a box dynamic city error with error. Okay. Let subject first is our email verification. Let template path equal to format verification email.html. This verification email is unit here. Check the spelling if the file is strong or not. I don't know it. Here we need main template path. After it, just close. Let this URL go to format. Format. Now like auth verify. Whenever click in the URI user from mail, it directly come in backend and verify it. We will create it out later. Let verification link. Create link. Here is our base URL and token. Done. Now let's place folder rec now we got name name dot to string with name dot to string of username, and here will be a dot email dot to string. Here will be a to mail dot to string, and there will be a like same it is with the conf formation URL dot to string and verification link dot to string and email template and your is the with dot wait. Now this function is also ready. Okay, we know this template like whatever. Let's see. Placeholder not finding store. Placeholder. So we will placeholder not address. This is over. Okay. Let's now create we create email verification link. So mail send function. Now let's create a sync fn send welcome email. Okay. The mail underscore config same to email content. Now this time we need the content based URL. After the verify, we need to redirect to content if user will check our this mail. Okay, and so result is box dynamic std error let subject equal to welcome to Workspace Kit. Project name is Workspace Kit. Let them select path from format always be a format sorry here is bracket welcome email.html. See here is this is a welcome.email, so let's say delete it. So here just enter like this main template path. Let base URL equal to content base URL. Now let's folder equal to back of key value pair, like first one unit name, and here is something new. We got site URL. Actually, this is our site URL. This is our front end URL. Dot to link into base URL dot to link. Done. If you check it, the vector of string and string object, okay, key value pair, send email function send email to template path string dot await. Now it also done. Not new, very simple. And go create something up plus finish overall dot question fn send password reset email. This email for send up for reset email. Let complete this function mail config, same it is. It's also a contain URL to mail name token step. Here is a result box dynamic STT error with capital E error. Let subject equal to password reset request. Request spelling mistake was let template path. So we spelling mistake again. Format here reset reset password email .html. You can see here email template name. Just put it here and email .config. Let this URL to the format here is the best URL or reset password contain best URL. In front end, if you have built a front end for this project, you need to change here these parts. Otherwise, you can continue with this part because there is no front end for now. We need to just take a token for that. We will test it everything in our Postman. Verification link. Create verification link, base URL and token. It will create a verification link and let's I think the placeholder is the same. It is yeah, same it is. Everything is the same. I think now everything is the same. It is like this. Just copy paste. And here just copy paste. It also a name, email, and confirm URL same. Nothing change. Okay. Template path. Okay. Template path spelling mistake again. Okay. Now there is another image. Everything perfect. This is our last function. So async fn send email change notification. If notification or verification, it depends on you. Mail config same, front end URL same, all the mail it need all email and str name same, need new email and str and it needs token. Result will also same, dynamic STT error and error. Let's subject it email change verification. You can change the subject if you want, but I like to this template part as always format to email change verification .html and mail config .template part. Let this URL equal to format user zero change email front-end page URL. That verification, take this one because it's same. Now just adding our new thing like this email to old email and just copy paste it below and enter your new email with the new email. Now this function is complete. Email is new email. Yeah. It will send a new email to verify that now our old send mail function is ready. We need to just call this function and pass 3 parameters. It will directly send the mail to the user which user want to mail send. Okay, email send also ready. Function, we don't need to write anything anymore else in mail is completed. Now we will continue with our DTOs. Now we are continuing our project with DTOs. So we create SRC, create a new folder and with DTOs. In folder, create a new file mode.rs. In main, add mode DTOs. In DTOs, create a new file name with auth.rs. In mode, add auth.rs as a module mode auth. Okay. Now we are writing any DTOs function and struct available in full of our project. Now first creating our fn validate password complexity password string password and str will come as a string. We will return here from nothing or where validation header from use validator. From our validator we are taking a header. Let's uppercase to reject. From rejects, directly rejects. Okay, there are two types: byte reject or directly reject. Unique type from reject. Create new R of play a j. Okay, button red. That lower case equal to reject. Yeah, it's right. means our lowercase and uppercase. Now let number. Okay. We don't want the LC. Just remove it and let's remove this. Okay. And the special, we want the special also. On special, we want other aspect dollar and star upon close bracket. Okay. We don't want it. Read this. This all special we can accept. Okay. And everything is checked from here. You can see uppercase, it matches with uppercase. The password must be at least one uppercase. It have only one uppercase. At least one lowercase. At least one content of number. And it must be a special character one have. After this, okay, simple, okay. Don't need to show anything. Everything is written directly from here. Just written. Don't do anything. Just written. And copy paste the thing is correct. Now make derive to debug and let's button it pub struct register user DTO default clone validate serialize reserialize. We want all these derived for our register user DTO. First we pub name is the string. We also validate the name, like here validate the name, validate with length, min equal to 1, message is required. Pub email validate length is a 5 and max equal to 254 and email must be between 5 and 54 characters. Okay, password is the right person 64 only. Yes, and this is video error completely. Just use function Sorry. Right? Sorry. A spelling mistake error. It by default we are having. And now we don't need to username, actually we need to pub password confirm, not confirmation, it confirm. Rated it, but we need not need here is custom, we need here much match, password do not match. Oh, right, first match other with password. Now here search rename confirm password, this like this. Okay, what we create a password complexity. Whenever user register, it needs to have a one uppercase in password, one lowercase, one number, and one any special character. Okay. And the password must be a minimum 8 character or maximum is 64 character. It should with a strong password combination to user login and it's more secure. Okay. Now let's struct email. Which is same what is created by AI here. It has some verification, right? Everything is right, perfect. We need to log in. This is same direct. We need use login user DTO, but everything was perfect. Validate the length of an email. Oh, it needs to validate again with the email message invalid. Okay, it need to also validate with email. By default, it have email entire functionality of validation. If you see, there is a macro they all created for it. There is, so if you find here open this library from source code, you can find a mail functionality they are implemented there. Everything they are implemented for us. Also give us for custom implementation. That's like so impressive and also strength everything perfect. Verify email query DTO verify email DTO need token, not for token. Need token, we change the token is required. Relay is the same. Relay is the same. Okay. Now pub struct forget password. We need email verification. Perfect. Derive is also same. Yes, derive is also same. Okay, now we need pub struct reset password DTO. Each send us email. No, send us. Okay, sorry. Send us email. Now send us first token. We validate with token. There is a token is required. The token, not the email. Okay. Now token is required. We need a password is validated. Password must come from password. We also need. After it reset, we need to pub struct login response. Whenever user login, we need to response there. Create pub status and static str pub token. Token is a string, simple. It will be a same, but we don't need to validate here, and we don't need default. Hey, 1 minute. Okay, remove default from derived. We don't need derived default. Actually, we added in everywhere. Okay. I am just removing default from everywhere. This is a simple command. I just selected the code and press Ctrl D. It select all downside. Okay, the same code. And now derive it, remove default is removed. Here we need also one thing. It's a data which a user data response. Now we will be creating inside here struct user data response. We don't need it. We need here pub. Oh, I don't know to first create a derive. Yeah, we find send it pub user filter user DTO pub workspace optional workspace with role and permission. This both we not created yet, but we creating in upcoming lecture. That's why just comment it out. Okay, that did not give you any error. In upcoming lecture, we had also create that bot DTO and use here. Then we will uncomment that code. First, let's see what happened here. We are creating a user DTO with every validation. Email has a minimum 5 character and maximum 254 character. Okay, it's also validated with email The functionality we have already see the functionality we have the uppercase, lowercase, number and specific in special now character that all we need for secure and most secure password. It validated it confirmed with password and password both are matches or not. If not matched, directly keep added. Okay? And login, we need login, email and password. For email, verify email query DTO. This means it come only a token, and this token it means whenever you are registered. I will show you flow. If you are registered you are in our platform, from send a verify email to your email. Okay, here you can verify email with token, and that token is this we need here. Okay, and the forgot password, we need the email. In email we send a mail for setting your password. Whenever you are resetting your password, we need the same token and your password, because this time you forget your token and the password and the token was, it means you forget your old password. You need to create your new password. You can create new password like this with the token, and this is login DTO, the user data, a filter user and workspace with role and permission. We not created data role DTO coming. We are creating first all DTO, then we go to a database, then we go to a handler, everything. Don't put it. We are also creating middleware for it. Already everything is coming. Okay. Okay. Now let's create a new file here with a permission.rs. Add the permission.rs in your mod folio. pub.mod permission. Now let's create pub struct permission DTO with our derived will not want debug, clone, serialize, deserialize, SQLx, form row. Pub name string, pub description. Okay, now pub struct permission DTO response pub status and static str pub data permission DTO. Now here same everything we want. Let escape of SQL from row. Now right here pub struct permissions DTO. That's what a permission DTO means. There are only one name and description of permission. Now this is permissions DTO. It means it have multiple names. like these permissions with vector of permission DTO and derive the same, and here permission is for permission is a very small. We write it. Now we will create a role for a role. Let's create a role.rs file and add in a pub mode role. Okay. After it, create your struct role with permission. Pub description string was optional because it's not a compulsory intro, and this is a string, not any DTO type. Only we need here permission name. The tag here. Okay. Here is the UUID, not the member. See, here we not using any ID. Now next pub struct role response with pub status and vectors we need and static str pub roles we need pub roles with permission derive debug clone serialize deserialize. Okay. Now pub create. We create a function here. Role validation fn underscore name and self to return str fn underscore description fn permission, and this is vector string fn validate permissions self here result and validate header validation error, not validation errors. Let to mute error. Okay, this is okay. Let mute errors in here and we don't like this one with permission, server permission, have permission if not empty. Here to keep permission comes from constraint whole dot contain permission dot access str there is a no permission content, let me error not validate. This also from see here is a validation errors. This is validation error, not here you need to write in valid. Now we don't add here, don't make this one. Here is the error of this error dot message some format of invalid permission not into add permissions error. If here is checking if errors is empty, then it's okay. If error has something, then just return this error. Now create here a fan, one more function, validate all self result validate errors like this, where shall produce validate. Okay. Now shall to validate and validate the permission. That's all. Now our thread is completed. I will explain this later. First I will write the full code. Pub struct update role DTO. There is a pub name string validate length. So minimum is to 3, maximum not defined it. Your message name must be at least 3 character long, right? And description is optional because permission is string. That is done. Now implement yeah. Right. Now just implement role validate for update role. You need to write here name is shell dot name fn description shell dot description fn permission shell dot permissions. Okay. And we need to validate pub. So I forget to create here. Create role DTO is the same. Derive input cross to derive validate photo. Then click on error in here. It's giving error. So the string is optional string. Okay. String. Right. Perfect. Okay. Oh, we need to define here for the optional string. Now where is it? All. Now this is a permission, not a content, right? Or dot content. Now all errors are solved. This is a warning that we are not using the permission. But there's a permission we are using here. Okay, let's explain the trait role validation first. We are getting a name, description, and permissions. From here, it will return our name, description, permission, everything to here. After it, whenever we call a validate all, it means itself means it validate function. Okay, it's just first self validate the name because we are giving here validate the name. First time it self validates the name. Second time it validate parameters. Second validation is a permission. It will take the permission from here and validate everything. If first it will take the permissions in a loop and see if in our by default permission here is a permission. You can see here is all permission. See if every permission is contained in all or not. If not, it gives us directly error that invalid permission, pass it, or if there is no error give, it directly says everything is okay. Let's continue with the request. Okay. Now we have completed our permissions and roles. And here, if user want to create a new role with the name, description, and the permission, and the user if update the role name, description, and the permissions, everything is the same. User detail, create new file, and with user.rs. Yes, first of all, we need to mention it in more files. Now, so the not user. Okay. Our user video is available for our project. Up Struct filter user DTO. Okay. Now pub ID optional UUID. UUID is optional. I will show you later. But write it email string optional of name string optional But verified full dot created it optional, and here the cert has been renamed was created it. Here are protected it with the cert of rename updated it like this, and here derive debug from not copy serialize deserialize. Okay, after we implement it for filter user DTO Up Axum filter underscore user with user, and the user will create a model from user. We need to pass here the model and self we return. Self this all we set it here. We don't need this sum and created and updated it because it's already a optional. Same optional. Now pub struct user data rewrite debug clone serialize and deserialize with pub user filter user DTO struct user response of status static str static string of data is user data. Okay. Now it also derive debug clone serialize deserialize. Now pub struct user password update. Here we need to serialize deserialize. Okay. We also need validate. For password validate, you know we already defined this function, and for password validation we already write here validate for it. Just copy paste this validate. If you want to update your password, you first validate the password as which is not this password, this is the current password, current underscore password, and its city and its cert rename this current password like this. Here is the validation error. We need to use like also have this error. Just import from Chrono our threat management library, and from here just comma like comma for here a super like I'll show you. Let us which is welcome not create super thought validate complex practice. We are a not a complex or super is means from this mode take everything. Now the password is completed. Okay, it's verified. Okay, it's not high verified. Okay, email verified. Okay. Then verified actually optional, but we are writing here option 100 or false. Next is with a return of false to the return not button. New password is string validate and after functionality will send and confirm password. New password search with like password. Our here search will like this. Okay, and we don't need this from auth. We need must match. Okay. Must match. This will compare for us. We don't write any external code for it. To validate our give and it not have open password, we have new password. And here end of project. Now the project. Everything is correct. And let's go to other step. Structs user email change request. For pub email string. Okay. Now create here derive. Okay. AI is completed everything. Now for email validation, we will take this. We already writing for email validation this. So perfect for our email validation. For when our user give email change request, we check the first email is correct format or not, and we okay. Now first user email change verification very DTO pub token string. Okay, so this is validation. So now derive not validate. We want here actually we want to here we need to validate this with the token validation. Token validation will not define like this. We are defined like to client. Max token is required. Question this. Now our user now our user DTO is completed. close our file, and now we will create the workspace user DTO with small markers. Create workspace, create a file name with workspace user.rs. Here workspace user.rs. Now create here the stuff. First we need to add it here. More user workspace. Okay. Here now pub struct workspace user with role DTO pub user underscore ID to UU ID pub username string pub user email string pub role name. We need here role name because the string. Now derive clone serialize deserialize SQLx home block. It means our is used in our SQL for database for fetching a data. Struct workspace user user back workspace user role remove from here because ID but clone serialize what is complete turn it struct workspace user response with role DTO. Okay, here is the pub status and static str for data now here the workspace users. Okay, so the spelling mistake workspace user. Now create your first struct update user role DTO. It means if user want to update the role, it means want to change this user role or assign the new role. Deserialize and serialize. Now serialize this. Validate the pub role names to the string and it requires this. Like this, validate length this one message or at least one like this role is required. Simple. Now workspace is very completed. Now we will create some DTO. Okay, let's create new file. Workspace. So workspace .rs. Okay. Spelling is right. Okay, now just we are write the new. Oh, first we need to add in mode. Pub mode workspace. And just create a new struct here. Up struct workspace create DTO with name string. It will create, and we want to here some derives, deserialize, import serialize and deserialize, and also validate. We need to validate this, and message is required. Okay, substruct filter workspace response of ID UUID, the simple UID from UID, pub name, string, pub owner, user ID is UUID, pub invite, code is the string, pub is default is the boolean. We don't need members now. Pub created at option date time with TC pub updated time with TC, and it will come up with derive. Oh, we don't need like this, not to validate here. We don't want to validate this. It's our class. Now we need to create one more struct. So workspace create response DTO status and static str of data workspace with role and permission. Okay, derive, serialize and deserialize with role and permission. Okay, we need AI automatic configurable. So let me check which is perfect or not. The name with same workspace with role and permission. The serialize with here is the one more SQLx form row. UID is same, but here is the workspace ID and name is workspace underscore name. Owner ID is by default invite, and there is the invite code. Same, the owner ID is, I think so, is optional. The invite code is the same, and here is a workspace is default or not, and it created updated the role. Where is the prop role ID, UU ID, the role name, and permissions. Not this permission is a served JSON value. Now let's create new struct workspace sorry space details response DTO. Okay. With pub status SCT with role and permissions. Okay, workspace with role. Here is to come serialize, deserialize, not one piece. Okay, after it, let's create a new here name is a purpose role and permission with row. Okay. Let's create new. Not all this come. We need here some nodes data like pub workspace. Have a filter data workspace response and pub role ID role, and then here is permissions. So wake string. Okay, now with permissions completed. Now let's create a struct update workspace DTO. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, duplicate, derived clone, and also validate. Here, clone need to clone and serialize that. Just workspace ability to name of 3-character long name must be at least 3-character long. Okay, like this, and create a pub struct workspace list DTO. It means list of all workspace DTO. Pub workspace underscore ID. Okay, what it will return here? Let's see. Workspace ID, workspace name, owner ID, don't with owner ID. We want our invite code, right? Workspace is default or not? Workspace is default or not? Now we don't. After the both, we also need one name for role name. It's optional with string. Okay. It will return a workspace with its role and name. Okay. Derive, serialize, sorry, not derive, debug, serialize, debug, clone, serialize, deserialize, SQLx, form, row, struct, workspace, response. Now pop letters and this workspace list. So okay, now here you don't like this. We like this workspace list. We'll make it derive. Now create here struct workspace list with the only name of just one workspace. Workspace. Spelling mistakes. You can order for this. Workspace list DTO with derive, serialize, deserialize. Okay, now the whole code is completed for workspace and our DTOs. Now our DTO is fully completed. Need to update. Oh, there is one update. I forgot it. How did go in the out and go in the end of the file. Just we are commented this code, just add comment and just import it from the user, the workspace from the workspace. Now your code DTO is completed. We also uncomment that code. For login time, we need to, if you see here, putting why we need to filter a user in authentication and because we whenever we will login user from after create account, after create workspace, when a user try to leave login, then that time we need to give a front end to filter user data with it which in which workspace he is right now. That's why we are writing here like this. That's why we are sending here the workspace name, its permission, its role ID and its role name, everything. Okay. Now our DTO is now fully completed. Let's go to our database, middleware. Then after we are writing our main file, then after we go to our main section of our project is handler. Now we are done with our DTOs. Okay. Now let's create in SRC new folder, not file, new folder with name of database. For our database relation will continue here. Create a new file with name of more.rs and add the database in our main file like this, more database. After it in mode, we need to write some code to related our database, like pulling the database, connecting with database. Okay. Here first we will write creating a pub struct db client pool with pool come from use SQLx. Now Postgres. Here will be a derived debug and clone. For it implement db client pub not pin pub fn new pool data pool Postgres. Here will be a self pool. Now it's done. Self pooling is self. Now let's create a new file. New file with auth.rs and add this file in mode like this pub mode auth. Okay. Create a new thread auth exit a sync thread from import the sync thread. Now write some function fn get user self. Here will come a self user id optional UUID name optional string and email optional string not and str with optional and str. Okay. Now we will return from here the user. It comes from our user model. Now let's create new passing fn save user. Then we need to take self and name city and what is the here t defined here t is into string plus 10. Okay. Now here is the email is the password is also the it means t means we are defining here t for this function input string. Whenever writing here t, the name will become your input string. Okay. The password is input string now and here we need to pass a verification underscore token to UUID. We need token as a UUID and token expired as a chrono, not like this. Just import chrono date time chrono with UTC like this chrono is a date time and UTC and result and return here from user and create a sync fn get user id by token. Okay. okay, by token is always UUID, and we return here optional email verification. Okay. After it, let's create a sync FN verify user and self user underscore ID to UUID through this sync and friend save password underscore reset token password reset token row, and here is your self user ID with user ID UUID token UUID and expired date is we will return here nothing, just showing a token. And after it we need a sync FN, not GN, FN. This sorry, get use to get password reset token and self token UID, and for optional we set here password reset mode. Remove this, we need only, we need another section. We need a sync FN reset password self user underscore ID equal to UID with the new password is a string and it will return nothing. Now a sync FN update user underscore password and self user ID and new password. Okay, ID stores here is the update and reset password function same. What is error from SQLx? Error is now solved. I think so. This what the let's see in the query. Implement hot axis for DP client is a string and get user it's a query is right. Query is right. We need to select star from user where equal to 1 right, 1 and ID equal to this, email equal to this, and email equal to this. Now to put like this and it's now this is okay for us. Now create the next function Oh, sorry. Here is something is wrong. We need to query as underscore user, not a first row. We need to pass full row. It will return a user, fetch of user, not fetch all. We want only fetch optional. Everything is okay now. Just async fn save user. So user not like this. Just copy paste from here. Here user. Just copy paste here from here. The user function and paste it here. Let's create here. So here query. Let the name equal to name not into this. What is this? Let's see our query how it works. We have query builder. What's our query builder is so now we want to repeat this. And go down with this. Go down. And here if you write like this user, it will return user. For R, that's like this, not create a UUID. Support and remove this ID. There's the name, email, password, verification token, expire token. We don't need the verification token and expire token. Need only this. So it will return our everything. Like I will show you how to insert into a user table where just on here returning start. It means it will return to everything on a database. Dot fetch one stl dot pool dot await. Wait. Now we also one more thing we need for SQLx query insert into verification user underscore ID token expired at values $1 $2 that's a UUID and $3. So here the user ID token and token expired date dot execute self dot pool dot await and okay user. It means here is a user, not a role. And the be like this. And here let's create let new tx class. And here we need to write like this. View star tx. Same here. Because one query in two functions, one function we have two queries, that's why we need to commit everything to take everything finally once. Okay. Okay, it's the right. Let's do verification token. Okay, sorry, verification token is named. And why changing error of await because of SQLx and the future changing some here. Click on name and password. Returning start, click everything to return the page 1. Everything perfect. Let's try create change ID, name, email update password, pending. Pending, pending, email, pending, email verification, and pending email token, pending email token. Now it's giving some error here. Pending verified at okay. There is not verified at. There is a pending email expired and we return here one thing. Don't return here. It says email. That's why it's giving our error here. Now, what the hell? Let me check the full again. Check the password, relate the name, email, done. Will start is everything and the switcher is timeline. Why it is doing this? Will I say that from? Let's clear that error. Right. Okay, page 1. Okay, there is a small error, page 1. It gives some time this. Let's create a new. So your query is correct, otherwise it give an error. Sync happen. Get let's take after get user by ID. ID by token. We get user ID by token. Okay, let me record record is this record it can sometimes be null also. First, go to SQLx, variation verification are like this and ready to select receive select user underscore ID account expired from email verification where from like this from token go to $1. Here is the token. So fetch optional. Yeah, like fetch optional and with directly we can remove that. Here will not exist verifications. Expired expires expired. Now what is your cannot find this in a scope. Yes. Okay, there is some spelling mistake. That's why it gives not error. Now create the next name is a verify user by user ID. Let's go to up and take verify user. This is simple query just firing the data. SQLx the query R get this R hashtag this and there's update user state email maybe file go to true where ID equal to $1 and your user ID dot execute stack dot pull dot await any error will be written. Now here is one most query. Delete some email verification where user ID is execute help and just return OK. It means your now verification is complete. Delete the email verification token. After it, let's make a save password token. We save password reset token. We need to create this. It gives some error. Let's check which error is giving us. user. Let's check update. Solutions should be update the users. So we can now users. Okay, now this is completed. SQLite query are as including insert into our server reset user underscore ID token express value $1 $2 $3. Now here is a user ID underscore user ID and token expired just execute self dot pool dot await and okay, done. Now the save password is also done. Giving up again error. Where? Okay. Comma is not done. Where again error? Execute, not action. So that was error. That was a small mistake on it error. Now we done save password reset token. Now let's get a function after it. Which function was see? Have get password reset token. Reset token. The end of the file. Let's go to the end of the file and just copy paste here. Get reset password token. Let the code go to SQLx query option, right? Yeah, the query like select user ID token expired from password reset where token equal to this and the is space optional and away the query is right back. After it, let's see which function is there. The async function there is a reset password. Reset password and reset password. Here is a query. Update user password where $2 equal to password and $1 equal to ID and delete from password set. $1 equal to user ID is right. Save and check if there is no error. There is no error. Everything is right. Now we have only last function. Okay, let's write it also. The function is only last function only. Update user password. Okay. Now, yeah, this is same. Update user password with updated now. Our the project, our this auth query is now done. We have all function what we need to update password, user password, change email, get email token, everything we doing here. Powerful function you can share is if giving here the warning or in all function it means everything is right. This warning for it we are not using this function right now. It's a multiple method we are using, but this Rust code is never used in anywhere in our function in our project. That's why giving us to error we are creating handler that time we need to this all function middleware and everything. Our authentication database queries all are done for registration, login, set password, email, change verification, and everything. Now we have created the auth layer database. It's completed now. Now let's go to and create a permission. For a permission, to create in database file name with permission.rs. Add this permission in mode. For mode permission first permission which we are creating a permission because we have only one function for one query only for getting all permission from the database, nothing else. That's why we are creating it. Let's create the first subpub create permission exit name up our sync create now a sync fn get permission vector of string, not a vector of permission. DTO we already created in permission file, DTO permission file, where not the user ID we don't need anything, we just get and send there. String create story like this. String create implement permission exit for DB client. Here generate like this. The query is so wrong. Now let's permission go to like this. We don't need to get connection anymore. Wait, we need to just pass to here tool, not like this. Only and wait, the permission is done. The query is a permission DTO ID name. Where is the permission DTO? Okay, here is the error for SQLx from SQLx. It's done now. Write from permission. Select name description. Okay, we don't need ID. name in description. Error. Optional. From permissions. The DTO optional string. Let's check our DTO optional. Okay, here description is optional. In permission, in DTO file there is a permission. In permission DTO, the change the description string to optional string. There is a mistake. Now the permission. Okay, the permission database layer is now done. We don't have any creation of permission. We don't have any update of permission. Just a permission get from our database. Nothing else we want. Okay. Let's close it, and now let's create new file with name of role.rs. Pub rate. Wait a minute. We need to mode for this. Pub mode role. The role is done. Pub rate role exit a sync rate sync fn gate role with underscore permission and we need shell, not a PostgreSQL. We need our only workspace underscore ID. That is our UU ID. With the permissions. Next, we want the function fn create a role and cell workspace ID. We need name. We need description. The optional string. And it's optional and str. Now we need async fn delete role with and of with workspace ID and role ID. We did nothing. After it, we need to async fn update role cell workspace ID, role ID, name, optional description, and weight of symbol. It's everything right. Now we need to async fn get role by ID by name. We will pass here role name and it will give our role ID. From SQLx, the error we don't like. Please find it here. The error is clean because we only have the here only one error, not a more error. That's why only SQLx error. You can just import like this SQLx error. Front end, top of the import, you can see here SQLx error. Now let's implement our role for DB client here and Upside of is a sync tray. Let's create the first function and make for its query. So let's create a query here. Next time you're writing same query as my, otherwise it will give you a full error. Let's see, not like query. Let the row go to SQLx query, because this is joint query and most complex query. Now I am writing the same right. Now select r.id as the id, r.name as a name, r.description as a description, and here you can put array in capital B underscore remove, after it break curly, this is normal bracket, bracket, in here you need to write array again, array underscore agg p in small p dot name, after null as a capital S a small permissions. What it will do, it will take the permissions table name in array. If there is a null, then it not take the null and give everything as a in permission as array. Okay. Now here is from role as a R. So we need role as a R. We can define here role as a R, and it will left joined with the left joint role permission RP, means role permission on r.id equal to rp dot role id. It means in role permissions table is the role id, it equal to our role id, role tables id. Okay, if it's equal to our role tables id, then it's left joined again, left join the permission as a p and role permission as a p. We define here, we need the permission as a p name, and now the role permission id is need to equal the permission id. Okay, after it we define the workspace id, r equal to workspace id, and r dot name not equal to at the mean. Okay, after it group by id, r dot name and r dot description, group by this the name and it. So we are not taking a name, because if we are seeing in permission table, after the permission table or permission after permission table, we creating role with two name, admin workspace animation with full access, we giving it a full access. That's why I am not want to return here admin. If you want to return admin, if you want to change name of admin, if you want to change everything in the admin, you can change from here. every permission of admin, but I don't want to change as my profile to admin don't and the permission and admin not assigned anyone not assigned to admin as a change in role and everything, but I want to the admin as a only admin role and it has all permission. No one can change admin permission. Admin want to change or give full access of workspace to someone. We create a new role for it and give the full permission and assign to someone else to do everything. But there is an admin. Not one can take the permission. Not one can change the permission. Everything is more secure. Okay. Now workspace code ID. The fetch all. Now here fetch all search underscore set dot tool dot await. After it's okay, row dot into auditor into the feature like this. You can write like this. There is map role permission and which is optional. Right? Description is optional. Here description is not optional. Not such a field. Why? Spelling state. Make sure you also have sent spelling in here. Error. Okay. Now in giving error in query, there is some role. Just note that. Yeah, there is a roles, not a role. Now query is okay. Now okay, roles. There is a permission. Permission is for web. We want the web. And if you don't web, then it is okay. We can write here dot unwrap the default. Now everything is complete in this. Make sure query is right, otherwise it will give error, or other if you write something different query, it will just give you wrong data. Because the query is a complex something. Now let's create a role for us. Create role will be some two query. Creating roles. See that, but let me tx go to self dot pool dot wing dot await this and let roll go to SQLx query. Not query, not query. Yes, R hashtag this and insert into rows workspace underscore ID name description. Next to the spelling right. Value $1, $2, $3, and just return here from read name ID. With the workspace underscore ID, name, description, dot await, fetch, once, mute, start tx, transaction. We are doing a transaction. If we have one or more query in a file like this, we just do like this. It's safely and very fast for therefore loop permission name in permission. You can do like this, but I prefer the like one this select, yeah, like this. What it will do, it will select the $1 with its role ID. After it will select ID from permission where name equal to $2 and give it the value as in permission role and save everything. Okay. Now we will return here from nothing. We need the role ID for to save our permission. Okay. So giving the error. So we define here create role. We define here method are role with permission. We don't need to return here role with permission, just like this. And in upside also there is like this, but we don't need to create role with return permission like this. Now let's delete role. After it we update roles and the query is solved. Let's copy the delete function and paste it here. Let is admin go to query as query expect is select it from select one from roles where ID equal to $1 and workspace ID equal to $2 and name equal to admin. I am just checking here is admin or not. The role ID, workspace ID. Now the dot fetch one equal to and self dot pool dot await to this. I'm just checking here Now let's check if is admin admin dot unwrap unwrap or 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 false. If it admin, I will return here header like this SQLx header like row not found SQLx query yeah. Now delete from roles where ID equal to $1 and capital N workspace ID equal to $2. After it, role ID and the workspace ID that execute itself and that pool dot await question mark is and okay. Now it's done. Now let's do for update. With correct more query for this file. Let's query for update also. So query here update. Let mute. Let's first see update the role name, description, and this. First of all, I want to check that it's admin or not. I am just copy pasting this query here. Okay, so query scalar, sorry, query scalar is written a boolean, sorry, not query. We want a boolean here, that's why. Just do like this, and here do mute start here. First of all, we are checking the if admin or not. If admin, return the role not found. If not admin, then we just update the name, description, where role ID and admin ID. So 1 or 2 and that. After it, we delete the role permission where role ID. Because whenever user update, it also role it also update with the permission of array. The user will give the front end give a backend update roles with the permission. Okay. For it, first we need to delete our all permissions related to that role ID. After it, deleting everything, we just update our all permission with that role ID in the role permissions table. Thereby, I will write this code here. Now there is a one last query is remaining for these roles. Let's go in upside the page and copy this. When you copy this, just go, just go and out the page, and out this page, and just paste here everything. Now let's need to write only this is the last one. Let user underscore ID equal to there is a scalar we don't need it. Scalar ID, let ID from row where workspace ID and the name, not the user, it's the roles, not the email, it's the name, and cell dot pool. There's a role ID we need to return, not the user ID. Okay. Now the query is right. Select star from row. Select ID from roles where workspace ID and name is equal to this. It will give you a role ID. Now we turned our permission and role database queries. Make sure you write the whole query as same it is free. There's some errors given by it after writing your code. Other than some error, to rewind the video and check where is your error and search. If not found the error, just comment the error in the video. Otherwise, contact me in my Discord community. I will help you. There is so many people in Discord community which also help you. Make sure all the queries are right. If there is no error, just giving a warning on this function. It never be used. It means the page is perfectly correct. And now we are done with our permissions and role. Okay, now we have complete our database layer of authentication, permission, role, and now let's create for workspace underscore user.rs. In here, let's first define to input mode workspace user. In workspace user, let's create a pub rate workspace user exit string rate. Let's import it first from a string rate. Write here some function for our query fn create join underscore work underscore workspace with an self user underscore id go to UUID from UUID and invite state code. It's an str. This will be here returns return only UUID, nothing else. Okay, UUID a string append remove workspace. It means remove user from workspace shell user ID equal to UID and workspace ID underscore ID equal to UID, and it will return nothing. After it, a string append get workspace user. Why we need here only shell workspace user workspace ID only, and it will return back of workspace user with role DTO add a string append update workspace user ID, and this is, yes, we need to update workspace user ID for a user, and this string of an, yeah, we need this only 4 function here. Let's implement it for our DB clone. Implement our workspace user exit for DB client. Here it is DB client, and now write a sync thread. A sync. Let's copy directly. Not write anything. Let's copy it all first of all. Let's bet it here, and let's start with our first function is a join workspace. How the user can join the workspace? Let's write first its query. Write a let code equal to SQLx query is a simple query, not a simple query. R with selected workspace select w.id as a workspace underscore id, and role id equal to role as a role id, and we don't need the name. You need here to write some from workspaces to like join wrote on w.id equal to workspace.id and invite code is correct. It return and r.name means role id is not equal to admin. Admin like this, not all capital. Now the order by r.name thing. It dynamically take any role ID. Select only one role name. Dynamically take the role for joined user. Role into workspace users where role ID, workspace ID, and where $2 as a user ID and the workspace ID, role ID from selected workspace on complete user and workspace ID do nothing. It has sometimes conflict and return some error. Now here just return workspace ID. Okay, and here just pass invite code and user ID. Wait a minute, we have only $2 user ID and right. Incorrect. Now just fetch optional and self dot pool dot await. Let workspace underscore ID equal to record. Record it nothing for now. Just write this map. Is error not found, not as a role. What is error? SQL row not found. Just save it and let's check the inquiry. I'm not a inquiry, there is some error. What error received from check here? Okay, here not come. The comma and the query. And here give me a map. Optional. Page. Optional. Okay. Control the insert like this. Underscore ID is UU ID. Now let's write here someone query more. Delete workspace from where user. Okay, in the queries write delete from workspace user where user ID equal to 1 and workspace. Yeah, right. Now we need to write this. Some complex query. Yeah, this is complex query. Let's see what. Select you, 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 and R. We don't need the role ID and workspace equal to WU and the user role is joint is wrong. Create a joint users view on WU dot user underscore ID equal to u dot ID and sorry not a comma and joint role on role ID equal to WU role ID is equal to role dot ID. Okay, and here you don't have the workspace user dot workspace ID and this. Okay, now here it's giving some error to u dot user ID u dot ID yeah u dot ID and we need here u dot name user underscore name and yeah it done now. Query it now completed and it just return error or e, otherwise you can do like this. Okay, return the data from here and to this is okay, directly return the any error or anything. Now the last query for update WordPress users role. Let's see what the AI gives us. Query update workspace where user role where workspace and user ID equal to this. That is everything correct, but here in the role it's not correct. We have just updated here. Here is the role ID. Just copy paste from there. Role ID is UID and now the role underscore ID. And now the our workspace user is completed. Make sure your query is right, otherwise give you error. And this workspace we don't need this more. Make sure your query is right, otherwise give you error. So if you don't see the query, just pause the video and see the whole query and write as a right, otherwise give you error there, otherwise you give it some wrong data. Okay, now in here in database let's create workspace.rs workspace query for creating, updating, deleting workspace pub. Let's add first each here pub mode workspace. Now here write create workspace exit async trait. Now async fn create workspace with a user ID, not a owner ID. It will after it will owner ID, and it will return a workspace, not a user. Return a full workspace. Workspace from DTO. System here. Yes, workspace from model, not from DTO. And here async fn get workspace detail and self user underscore id goes to optional UUID and workspace space underscore ID also optional ID. Okay. Now it will return a not an optional workspace, return error workspace with role and permissions. Okay. Async fn update workspace and self workspace ID and name. Update workspace ID and name. We don't want to use it. And it will return or nothing, just update it. Return nothing. Now delete workspace. Where is the workspace ID and nothing, and async fn get underscore all user workspace and self user ID return a workspace list DTO. And now you are going to SQLx. Implement workspace exit line fn. Let's first of all create copy this all and like this. This letter workspace from the SQLx now here we will return just workspace this and let me query insert into workspace name owner user ID this default value $1, $2, $2, G, star name user underscore ID so fetch one and step dot pull dot await and the workspace return. Perfect. Now let's write some complex query. We are using now forget workspace detail because we need everything of workspace detail: the workspace name, ID, the role, the permission, everything. Okay. Now let mute builder. Now query builder from SQLx. Go to new. We are using a query builder which will build our query for us. Select okay. First w.id is workspace underscore id w.name as workspace underscore name w.owner owners the workspace detail workspace owner not the workspace owner it is owner user ID which will understand what it is. Now w dot invite code invite code and when the created it and the when the updated it with it will not it and here is the role.id the role ID and the permissions can we need the permission something differently. Let's write that first in all capital with colon master just remove this we don't need it just copy what I am writing here in small there's let's go add h p dot name with filter where p.id is not null and in a gesture with gesture and everything in gesture. Okay, collab will everything in gesture. Now it give a permission as a array of all data where the ID is not null, anything is not null, if anything is there is a node permission, it will give us a simple error, nothing else. Okay. Now from here from workspace w we define a workspace as W and join. We join workspace users as a WU on w.id equal to workspace ID. Next joint is joint the roles are on wu dot role underscore id is equal to r dot id, and after it we want left joint role underscore permissions rb dot rb on rb dot id equal to rb dot role underscore id left joint permissions p on rb dot permissions underscore id equal to p dot id, where and let if it done, then let if some workspace underscore id. There is a workspace id. We can write like this: workspace underscore id. And the builder dot push w dot id space w dot id equal to space dot push bind. Here write a workspace id dot push and wu dot user underscore id equal to dot push bind user underscore id dot user. It means if have any user id or not, it don't depend on it entirely. Okay. Let's sum. If have workspace id, then get workspace and user id same. There is a no workspace id, that it will like this, and it means push and w dot is default equal to true. Okay. Now here builder dot push group by everything rs by role id name owner user id is default, invite code created it, updated it, and the role id and the role name, everything is good. But now the query is done. Let the query is fire. Let query go to builder dot build underscore query as a workspace not the list. workspace with role and permission row. It will give a data like this, and let row go to query dot fetch one cell dot pool dot await. Now let permissions go to vect in vect to suggestion from value row dot permissions dot unwrap else. If there is no permission, to return the vect store simple array. Okay, workspace permission here it's row dot here it is filter workspace response. Okay, workspace response like this, row dot id, and here is a role id, row dot role name, and our permissions is public permissions, and that id. Workspace ID and workspace name, and the owner, what is with owner? Owner is an optional UUID, yeah, unread or default, and it's the default, basic default. Now here to give me some errors. Let's check what error. Very clear. Okay. Here is this semicolon. Now the error is solved. Now this is a perfect. Now there is more query we need to write. Make sure this query all right by get head. We need to update workspace. It's a simple query update workspace, and delete workspace is also a very simple query. Delete workspace from workspace where id equal to. Okay. Now get all user from workspace is some complex. It's giving two ways to get all user, and but I want only one query. It will return us everything that workspace equal to SQLx query as the now workspace list DTO as select. So just remove it. Right, me select w dot small w dot id assert workspace id, what's the name the workspace name, invite code. You don't need here any type of this. Default, let's remove this. Invite code, console remove this. Here we need to write r dot names as the role name. So we need to join the query where left join, where join is equal to workspace users, workspace users on wu dot workspace underscore id equal to w.id left joint role equal to where id equal to role id. Right here I don't want left or right, but I want to write like this. Depend on you. Fetch all self dot pool dot await this and okay like this. Here here done. And now the optional is boolean. Also boolean optional. Okay, in workspace DTO, workspace 2 are optional. That was solved. Now our query is done for workspace. Now workspace is done. Let's write a user code. It has two functions only. In database, create new file user.rs and add this file in here pub mode user. Okay, now the user is globally available. Write pub rate user exit async rate async fn update user email request which have self user id user underscore id. It's a UUID, not UUID, and email token UUID, and now token expired at the chrono from chrono, not like this. Just like this. Okay. And it will return a result user from Yarchuk model and the error from SQLx. And second function is the fn verify email change. By email change. We need only token, nothing else, and not the path to anything here. Let update is update user email change and email change fire. Okay, that's the two query we need to write. Sync rate pub user for implement, not pub. Implement to user exit for DB client, and just copy paste to this function below implementation and write the first one query. Now let user equal to query as user rs is update user pending email underscore $1 pending email token server $2 pending email expires at $3 where ID equal to $4 and just returning, spelling is mistake, returning dot start, return the everything new email token expired user ID and fetch one.await please and the pass user. Okay, there is error. Extended error. Okay, here and have dot tool. Okay, now the error gone. Small error. Let's check where is error and where is the writing mistake. Here's update email is a pending email and pending email equal to null, email pending email token equal to null, pending email expired at equal to null, where the pending email token equal to 1 and the return is nothing from here. So we don't need here as a user, we need here as a query and don't return anything from here. Just save this and our user actually also completed the database query layer is also completed. We created authentication where we have get user, save user ID by token, create user token, verify email, save user reset password, get user reset password token, reset password of user and with user update password. Okay, we do everything and here is the email change request. If you just send email request, just update here and send them to mail and then mail will be verified, and after verified the mail, email is pending email, pending email null, pending email token null, everything is null. And now our query is done of database layer. Okay. Our database layer, everything is done. For query of our workspace, authentication, everything is done. Okay, now we complete our database layer fully. Now just open your main.rs file. Let's write some code here. Okay, let's write some code here. First of all, we create a pub struct f state of our application, everything, and pub env all our environment variable from a config pub db underscore client come from db client, and pub mail config is come from mail config. You just put adjustment here for it. Now can you use the config import function config and the mail config. Open your mail config, it also from the config, and this they have derived for debug and clone. Now in our main function, first of all write the Tokyo main function, first of all write the Tokyo main, and our function need a synchronize. First of all, in our function we will write pressing subscriber for fmt function downside it max with max level filter from subscriber filter level filter. Okay, from there we try to debug. We want to debug all our thing in it. This, and here is a dot env from here dot env. Okay, it means read all env file our dot env. It means read the all env file from here. Okay. Now let's config equal to config init. Let mail config equal to mail config init. Let pool equal to match or pg pool options new dot max connection equal to 10. I want to set up max connection equal to 10 and connect with our config dot database URL dot await. After it, let's write the code here. Okay, if okay, it will give a pool. Then okay, okay, between the pool is allow the println like your connection to the database is successful. Okay, and just pass and pass here just pool, just return here pool. If have some error, there's some error. So throw and exit from here. Just fail to connect to database, which is the error, and exit from here. Now let cross go to cross layer from tower HTTP new dot allow origin. You want to write any origin like I am preferring the origin like HTTP localhost localhost 3000 dot paths with header value from XML dot unwrap. Okay. Now let here some allow headers from like authentication accept content type. After it we not allow credential through allow method our method from exam HTTP method is our get. I am writing a just for get. If you want to write anything else, you can write. Okay, I want to like this only, and we're giving the error. Okay, there is only one dot dot dot. Pass as a dot. Then now let VB client equals to VB client equal to pool to renew. Just pass pool here and let app underscore state go to this. Everything is okay. Route hello world, everything right. Which step? It's 3 year step, but I don't want to step here. And okay, let first print ln here, like that our format server is running on HTTP localhost this part localhost config dot port. Okay, now remove it, we don't need it. Let listener equal to Tokyo net to remove it. Let the config, the bind, everything is perfect. Now right here just Axum server, here is additional and app, just done. Now your Axum app is done. Wait a minute. Here is the router. So clone and the spare okay, not with like this layer extension from here. State. Okay. It is socket router. It's the server. Server not. Listener dot await dot unwrap. Okay, then we should go await and wrap. Now so your app, the main.rs file is now fully registered. Borrowing like this. Sorry, here like this. Here is a clone. Now the main file is completed. Now we can move to our middleware and handler and then the route. Then our project is completed. Okay. Now you can see our main file is completed. Just we can creating our handler. Then we can create a route file here and then we replace it with our route. Okay. Instead of that, we are creating a middleware. From here, let's create a new folder named with middleware. Okay. In here, create new file mod.rs with a new one more file. Sorry. With a new one more file jwt underscore or underscore middleware.rs. In our main file, just write mod middleware. After it, in mod, just write pub mod jwt underscore or underscore middleware. Now we are writing authentication middleware. That is simple, but after this we can write our permission based middleware. There I'll show you how it works. First of all, make here struct pub struct jwt middleware, not like this. Struct pub user go to user the model from model and here derive. So debug clone, give it clone the permission, which will serialize and deserialization whenever we are using it. Pub async fn or underscore middle where it take the first cookie. Let's go jar from cookie jar exam extra from exam extra. After it needs extension from exam. It adds underscore state. It's extension arg because our step come f step is come in arg for mute request or to request from xmx. Now next, go to next, come from next middleware, some middleware. Now our result will be implement into response http error. Let cookie equal to cookie jar dot get our token. I name a simple token. If you want to change, you can change. Dot map C means cookie dot value dot to string, make it into a string and get the value. Or else if there is a no value, then we can run this function request dot header dot from request get header get header from Axum and authentication from header, and then from header and then h dot to str dot okay. There is okay, then and after it and then h means header value. If it's there, start with previous. Okay, if you want to pass in a header authentication, then you need to support a media token. That's why I am doing here. That's why each time it's a sum. Removing it also you can do like this, or you can do like this. Sum. Just comment it and comment here. H dot stream underscore start match b or space dot to string. It depends on you which one you want to use, like this or it is both great. Now let's do it give us some cookie owner. Let token which actually give us a optional string. If you see here, optional string is giving us the first. Let's make it a string value with cookie dot okay or http error with unauthorized method. The error message token not provided to space. Okay. Now let token detail equal to match token decode token and token here just pass token and abstract dot env dot as a byte. Effective token, okay. If your detail page from token detail, just pass here detail, otherwise error. Underscore return error http dot new not unauthorized. I want to error message will be invalid token dot to string. Okay. Now we get a token detail from tab. Let's make it user ID, view ID, dot pass here and token detail dot map error. If any error, underscore http error unauthorized, right? Error message will be invalid token dot to string. Sorry, like this. And now we have our user ID. Let user go to x dot dp line dot get user by ID. Sorry, get user. Then it's from user ID. There is no name, no email, just await dot map error relational http p error with server error. Then error message will be server error dot to string. Okay, now let user this give us optional user. It gives us optional user. Now we want to user to user not okay or SMTP error unauthorized error message user no longer exit dot string and here request dot use external mute insert jwt or middleware to user and okay next not run request dot await. See any error give us? No, it not give any error. It will our authentication system is perfect. Now let's create our second middleware function. It named it's a workspace middleware function. Workspace middleware dot rs. Create a name with workspace middleware dot rs file in middleware and just add this file in now with the pub mode with the workspace middleware. Now we want to write code to workspace middleware and how it work again. We work on it and we will also use it in our handler part. Don't worry, just write code with me. I will explain you everything. Struct request require permission pub and static str derive clone done. Okay, we need permission struct not to struct workspace of middleware. Or middleware, it's have the workspace ID, the derived debug plus clone. It have workspace ID, it's a pub workspace ID. Okay, now use pub async and workspace permission middleware. Okay, now it is our workspace is have a permission middleware. Everything will be in a permission. If you have permission 10, you can go to next step and check everything. If don't have permission, not go to the next step, not do anything with the workspace. Okay, here is a cookie. Let's go jar. Let's go to cookie. Jar. Now extension Maxim the app step app state and extension is arg with app state. Now extension will be user JWT auth middleware request this. There is a two type. We get the request from external, not the body request. Now here a next will be a next, but we want one or with a permission. We have a required permission. From here we need to pass a permission that same it is required permission. Okay. And here I am writing the result implement into response SMTP error. Let the user underscore ID equal to user dot id. let workspace key jar dot get name is workspace map c dot value dot to string dot okay or http unauthorized error workspace space id not found dot to string return. If no workspace id found, it just return the workspace id not found. If workspace id found, let workspace equal to underscore id equal to new id dot pass into a workspace circuit key with a map error underscore map http error unauthorized authentication invalid workspace id invalid workspace id dot to string. Now we have workspace id. Let's get a workspace detail first. Workspace detail is equal to abstract dot dp client dot get workspace detail. We have user id. It's an optional user id. If you see here, if you want our user id is optional. If you see the optional user id and optional UI id. Now it also option, it means it's coming some dot await dot net error http server error message server error dot to string. Okay, here will be a not our course. Now let's check let as permission. Let's check here if workspace detail but permission not like this, the permissions dot equal dot any of permission p equal to double equal to means here is a double equal to, okay, not a single equal to, it's a double equal to permission dot 0. Check is a permission dot 0. If there is a no permission, then give it the error message, not like this. Error message permission denied dot to string. After it creates dot sorry. Dot move extender inside workspace id inside also right, not like this. Workspace auth middleware workspace id dot id. Now good. Now our right. Next middleware. Workspace detail dot workspace dot id. It will have what ID and giving us about string. Here is string. Okay. Let's choose workspace. Okay, let's remove just this. This workspace ID is taken from here. Let's check here UID. I think so. From yeah, here is the UID. Just given it was already now done. But how we can use it? Okay. For if we use it, we need to write like this. I will show you. Okay. I'll show you how can to write Axum middleware from here. Okay. Now you need to write here like cookie underscore jar extension request next. After it, a string to move like this. After it, you need to write here like you need to write here workspace permission like this. You need to write this. You need to write this. That is everywhere, but I am going to show you a macro rule. You write, let's create a macro rule here for it. Solution, you need to write not everywhere, just to call the macro rule when you want to write, and macro rule handle everything. Okay, here I to macro rule for workspace or middleware depend on it, but I write or. And here we pass permission express. Okay, how it like to cookie jar the extension request next a string move the workspace middleware. It is done, and I want to export it here because without my macro export it not work in the outside of it. Okay, for FN, wait a minute. Sorry, not like that. I want Axum for middleware FN and a cookie and here will be a create middleware equal to workspace middleware equal to this. Now it's completed. We need to pass here not like this. We need to pass here middleware. We need to pass here request permission. In request permission, just pass the permission like this. Okay. Now it completed. Whenever you want to use, just call like before we are using like this, but now we need to call like this. Just workspace or read permission and just done. the need to write the old code again and again. Just like this and everything is done. Now this is the permission based middleware is ready. The middleware is completed now, and you know how the middleware is in handler, how this middleware is in handler. Okay, let's see in handler. Bye. Okay, we complete our middleware now. Now let's start our handler. After handler, we routing our making a routing file. After routing file, we complete a routing file in a main function. Then we can state our full application. The last part of the handler is incompleted. Let's first complete that. Create a folder in src, name with handler. Okay. After and in handler, create a new file mod.rs. In another, create one more file auth.rs. In main, just add a more handler for globally our handler and pub mod. Now writing our function or code, we will write first our register logic here. Pub async fn register. Everything is right, but function is register user. We are only on one function. We are just Axum R type state user DTO validation from Axum also. The validate from validate. Let request if everything okay. Now let's verification underscore token equal to UUID plus new version 4. Let expire at UTC from chrono now plus duration from chrono into hours 24. I want the 24 verification for 24 hours long. If you want to sort, you can sort. It depends on you how you want. The hash password equal to password from utils create hash. Just password like the body dot password. Sorry, payload like payload dot password dot map error. If you have any error like this, and SMTP error dot that handler error, not SMTP error. Change it to SMTP error like bat request dot toString. Now we have a password let result where equal to app state.tp client dot say result which have name, email, password, verification token, expiry date, and dot await. Our name is come from body, payload dot main and revision token uh, spelling mistake revision token and token expired date means expired date so we need to import it also from Axum and the error will not need it and then validate it here the value request for it a function is always a match. First of all we match the feature here. It's okay means it stands as a user not a user so mode okay? Then we get send email feature equal to send verification email. In verification email we want to send this whole thing but await in mail we can send in app state dot email config in app state dot realme dot backend URL in app state dot mail config dot template path to mail dot user dot email name and the verification token. Okay. Now after it is let error let's go key equal to send the name result is any error. Handler HTTP fallback either lock it or send PIG return error HTTP server error we were unable to send your verification email however you can log in and manually request email verification again from count settings from your count settings dot to space. It is very long message, but I prefer this is so good to understand the user what is the problem. Now okay, yes, and sending the status code will be created and JSON will response wait a minute in DTO mode oh sorry in DTO mode let's create this two structs for in one mode create one struct of struct response the global response of struct city and static str and message we want to send message ring obviously and it's derived only serialized and deserialized. Now this is completed. Just add this because we are using it so many times now. Response is comes from track DTO. Now here you can submit package code from here surface and message got to string it will be a register registration successful. Please check your email to verify your account. Okay. After it, let's write here error. There will be SQLx error. Go to database error, DB error. If DB error is underscore unique unique construction unique validation when our email already exists or not, but here it will return unique construction error with the error message. Error message will be a email exit. After it, write here one more error that request or can be a server error. Yes, server error. Also server error. Okay, now let's see our error. Okay, dot post string. Okay, okay, here is an just ignore some use validator error. If you see I'm not account, but just ignore this error. There is some more error. So code and the payload is some error. This is the main error. Now there is a bad now the one of validation. Now registration is successfully completed. Now we can create our login. Okay, let's create our first login. Up Axum login extension login payload. It will be a login with you. Now the result will be a implement into response HTTP error. This now payload will first validate itself and map error will be HTTP that request dot to string and first validate the payload address and get the result by okay. Now let the result at state.db plan dot get user none and it's also none some and body dot payload dot email dot await dot map error HTTP server error dot to string this error let user go to result dot okay or else or will be HTTP that request error message wrong credential dot to string. It will check if no result found, just be a wrong credential and check internet. Now let password format change. Matches for the password compare and body dot password relational password user dot password and dot map error HTTP that request error message around credential dot string. Password match, not a match with password, and we return error. Now that token will do token create token take from utils. We already created token utils. You can see a token utils, create token, record token. We already created it. We just want to use it here. Okay. We can use it here. First we need to pass the token our user ID and user dot id and have state and have state dot env dot jwt secret dot env dot expiration dot jwt message dot map error http error dot server error e dot to string. Okay. Let mute address go to address map from Axum. Now one is take header map from Axum from others one other libraries. Okay. Let key to key go to key duration. So forget the duration, go to time, duration, go to minute, state dot env dot message into 60. Let the key go to key builder key dot build. Let me just put in charging my laptop. Like token token dot clone dot the path of the case to next page with the key duration dot http only view not build. Can now header dot append this header import from Axum with say cookie name. We will pass the cookie dot to string or pass dot 100. Let workspace go to app state DB client dot get workspace detail. We have only a user ID. From user ID that get workspace user ID. This will be a none. Dot await dot map dot map. Okay. After it, some ref workspace, go to workspace, get workspace key equal to cookie build. Same it is. We want same cookie build. Past everything. From here, and here will be a name of workspace, and here it workspace dot workspace dot id dot to string. We're done with our workspace detail. That filter underscore user go to filter user DTO at filter user plus partial user, and it will give filterize user. What we need to send the content at filter response to the action response JSON to login response. The status will be and filter user. What a filter user? It needs data user data response. Here need user and workspace. Need here user filter. After it, that new response into response either new text changes and this press OK and response. Now our UNS type error is centered unit. You need to return this program argument of function was incorrect. Argument one user ID, str user ID is to string. And say okay, it's a byte. byte. Really 0 to as a byte. As a byte. Now this login is give the error. Don't know what the here. User writing account user dot ID. Simple it is. The error is gone. Now our login is done. Now let's make our after login. We have to make to verify email, then forget password, then reset password. Now let's start with async. So nice. New function for async. Fn verify email query from XML, not from SQL. Query from XML, query parents going to query verify email query DTO. Okay, now extension will be this. Just pass here result implement into http error. Here query pass dot validate dot map error http get request Postman get token here view ID code pass str into query parents dot to token or unwrap. Unwrap, you want to write any error, just write error that state db client dot get user ID by token. Just pass token like this and get to await dot map error http error sorry, server error. Let email verification to result postcode K or http error get request error message invalid token dot to string not if UTC now returns an email verification dot expired and return error or HTTP error, bad request, verification token has expired, not to string create app state .dp client dot verification email verification dot user id dot await dot map error http error dot server dot to string let user go to app state db client dot get user some email version user id, the name is unknown, email is unknown. Dot and this configuration to same course and in here is same. You see the result replace with the user is same. Now let send welcome email result go to pass send welcome mail and app state dot mail config and user dot email and the app state dot env dot contain base URL and app state dot mail. Okay. If error is have any error, just print error here. What error is have? Let error print ln fail to send welcome email. We don't want to notify the content the email is sent or not, like for welcome. This will be print. Now I want to just copy paste the code from here. That token is workspace then here just remove this workspace data and this response and let every direct to the redirect exam from redirect to front end and URL with the app state.env content URL and here will be a redirect. So here redirect means redirect. Here is Q example error. Let's check what error it is. It is now like this. Check this computer takes on no error. Maybe not. There is one more error. What happened? Let us so everything is correct. Here what are we? Connection. Okay, now the order is gone. Mail verification is completed successfully. Now we need to write two more functions. First, a forget password. Then we reset password. Let's first start with the forget password. String fn forgot the password. Attention add right effect and JSON payload will be a forgot password DTO. Result will be a increment into response HTTP error. So after your payload we first validate, Payload is validated. Now map error e.to SMTP that requires e.to string and pass again. At ginger the video. Don't want to assignment again. Just we want the future right now, and let reset the top one. Put the UID that new4.before and so expired expect WTC now WTC now plus duration was I want to set for 24 hours. Get abstract.tp client.save password reject the client user ID here is not user ID none enter some payload.email print dot await the map header will e.std of server header dot string. The pass this error again. If you want to change error method, you can change, but I want to get pass error. Send email result. Put the same password reset mail. State.mail and dot content based URL and user dot email and user dot name state string dot away get send email any error will come try to send active. Vector for this JSON response is vectors equal space message to set password reset image success only to string. Done. Okay, configure .env. Config here, not my client. We are using just main config. Here is the main config, and where is the main config again? Here is the main config. Here is the main config. Now, regional configure server. Now we have source user ID, outside. Now set token. Everything is perfect. Our forget password, reset password link, send forget password. It's perfect. Now let move on. Reset password for sync FM. Reset password. Set out by clear. Okay, that was awesome. Reset password DTO. That was right, everything right. First of all, let's check payload. Why payload not have email? Now, this was so wrong. So, pass and pass token like this. First, I want to have payload token is .NET error HTTP error that request error message invalid token or Postman. Okay. Now the password. The password is set at state .dt client dot web password set token. The password is set token dot web dot net dot HTTP error server error dot string dot okay or the data is okay or HTTP that request error message limits token now check the password. Let's object number here. Let's check the password. Which password can expire, which non-message token expire. We need to write password set token has expired. Now let hash password here password hash payload dot password dot net error EHTTP error. Sorry, error HTTP error that request error to string don't want this. Let does not stop bb client dot reset password Multi-Tenant password reset dot user ID and here as password dot map main.http error string without string and distribute and as password. Now we just let response application. The password was successful. This message I also want to say. If you don't want to send your access code, the account sign is automatically taken with the code for it. Okay, now our set password login registration is completed. Let's create one more function on top of it. This one where we are calling our endpoints for our handler or handler name function and pub fn or handler that will return route from exam router new router that register method post register router login, right? Router authentication or logout is verify and second one is for code password and function is for code password function. Now there is one more last route reset password post and reset the code password. Editing a post import code from some routing post. Okay, get verified not post, it's get. If you not found a get here, you can just routing like this, like curly bracket, not go bracket, and get. Just simple it is. Now our handler one file is fully complete with authentication file. After it we check everything. Now let's create a permission handler. There is only one route for get a permission. Okay. In handler, let's close first switch for main. Just create in handler permission .rs file. Add this permission.rs file in mode pub mode permission. And now the permission.rs file we write. Create here one function async pub async fn get permission extension with the exam from app state underscore state extension arg app state extension underscore user from JWT auth middleware extension underscore workspace from extension workspace auth middleware result implement into response http or it's http error, not a p, the curly bracket. Let permissions from app state line dot get permissions dot await dot map error dot http dot server dot e dot to string direction like what error is coming. Let the response equal to permission equal to permission DTO response letters success data permission DTO. Now the passing here directly permission and this OK JSON from Axum response pass this response and here curly bracket in the column and permission is done. Now make here handler of permission fn permission handler router from Axum router new dot route or slash here need to get from Axum routing get. We won't get matter here, that's why get permission. Don't want to pass anything here. Dot layer with a workspace auth this one workspace auth permission from constraint permission. We need to pass here view permission. Okay, it means in workspace anyone want to see all permission, but that person had that row will have the view permission for it. Further, one more extension where the extension bounce more than in the parameter list. Use parameters more than one. Just ignore this error right for now. When they complete the full code, the error will remove. When we are using it, error will remove automatically. Ignore. Okay. The permission is done. The permission is very small. It's only the get the all permission data, nothing else. Now let's get. Now let's create in handler. Create new file with a role.rs add the role.rs in mode file. Open the mode and just add pub mode role. Pub async fn get role extension app underscore state extension arg app state extension underscore user JWT authentication extension workspace. Here we will pass workspace or middleware result implement to response SMTP TP error let role to app stats.dp db client.get role with permission. Just pass here workspace id and it will give you a role about the role related to workspace map error http server error e.2 3. Okay. Let response here role response, it will be a status success and roles. Okay. Now okay, JSON from Axum and just pass here response, and now the get role function completed. Roles, sorry, not roles. Now the get role function completed. Let's create another function for it. Middleware giving errors something. Yes, middleware giving error something. What extension? Let me check the extension. Okay. First extension is an extension, second extension is underscore or extension, not just extension because both are the same name. Second one is the odd extension underscore dot. Make sure you are correct this, otherwise it will also give you error. Okay. After it, role have create role, can delete role, then update role. This to your function pub async append create underscore role extension app state unity extension user extension workspace. It also have JSON payload created a role DTO result implement into response HTTP error payload dot validate all dot map header app state dot db client dot create role with workspace dot workspace id and payload dot name, payload dot permissions, everything from payload dot await is so string. We don't need to pass, we need to just roll response mode, initial response from create DTO. Response have a message will created successfully. There is a node plus message dot to string and just pass it. It's a header. Optional, okay, as should have, it is optional. So I now force it to okay, did not want like this. Okay, error gone now. String fn update role is also same. I think so. Yeah, update role is also same. Role update successfully, and here is also just import this update role. Role update successfully. Here is what the role ID. Role ID come from the path, not the JSON. JSON also come from path. It's a path from Axum. There is a role ID. Here is a UUID. From path it come. There is a role ID. And everything is perfect. Now there is a one last function here, puff delete. From path is delete role ID await deleted successfully. Good, everything is perfect now. The AI is improving itself, writing code perfectly. Okay. If your writing code is completed, let's go to outside and create one more function for it. One for handler function puff fn role handler. It's a router from Axum. Now router, go to new. Get it down like this. From Axum routing get delete post and put also see here get role means layer work workspace underscore auth permission DTO permission from constant equal to view member view role. Now create for new. Here not the role we creating nested route for it. Just pass it. Okay. Start and the post will be a create router dot put will be a update role and both will be a sorry here not come a put because put need a path layer will be same like it just you need to write here sorry manage role. Okay, here not with this and come like this curly bracket and you can here put but let's remove it and let's try the delete another delete role let's put try we will deleting role like this and updating role like this in a one layer. If it not work we just enable it and just comment it. It will work. Just comment it and enable it. We don't need to write this route again and again for it. Also not check it in this. Let's check in this how it works. So because the management role is same, we are also put it here, but in post we don't need the role ID in a path, but in delete and update we need the role ID path. That's why we are writing this. And all you can see all permission is a get permission, it's update a permission, it's a create permission. Here is update a permission, just updating the permissions and roles and name. Delete the roles with all permission you automatically delete. Okay. Now our role and permission is also completed. Now our role and permission is done. Let's create a workspace user. In handler, create a new file with name of workspace space underscore user.rs. Now we are working with it. Now add the workspace user.rs in pub mode, in pub file, pub mode, workspace user. Let's create here a new function for joining workspace user. Pub async fn join workspace unit extension from here at underscore state here function at what arc at state extension user JWT auth middleware path invite code, so invite code as a string, and just result will be implemented into this, into response, and HTTP error will send by here. Let workspace underscore ID equal to app state dot db client dot join to workspace user dot id and dot await dot map error is if e dot to string contain row not found, like this in capital R and F, row not found, HTTP bad request error, like invalid invite code dot to string, else HTTP server e dot to string. Let workspace with role and permission equal to app state dot db client dot get what is don't want like this db client dot get workspace detail by some user and some workspace id dot await dot map error HTTP error server error e dot to string, and just written here for OK for now. I will show you what the code I want to write here after some time. Just wait for it. Pub async, create a new function, pub async fn remove underscore user from underscore workspace. Here will come extension app state, extension user, extension will come with workspace with our workspace auth middleware path will be your user underscore id, which user id we want to remove, id. Okay. Now if the user is don't want to use, which we already get it to user. Remove user from workspace. Yeah, remove workspace, not a remove user from workspace. We have just some extra part, and here workspace dot workspace ID. In here user ID like this, user dot ID. Okay, now here we want to respond here. Let response equal to response exam, not action. Create here status equal to success. User removed from workspace, removed from workspace. Here JSON from action, pass that response. What we see, get workspace users. Okay, we want the next function is same though, get workspace users. Tab, state, everything right. Let the workspace user. Get TP client, get workspace user, just pass a user. Here the response is wrong. We need to pass workspace user. Sorry, not come. Workspace user response with role DTO, and it have a data which workspace users will be users, something so yeah. Just copy the users and paste it here. Get the user and just response by giving error from DP client. Get workspace user. Perfect. Okay, there is a users. We want a user. Now pub async fn get update user underscore role extension user with underscore. We not want to user workspace, and here is a part. Let's give our user ID and the JSON with payload, and JSON update user role DTO. It will just implement into response HTTP error. Now it's a payload. First payload dot validate dot map error that request. Here not like this, not like this, not like this. Let's response universities. Here let role underscore ID equal to app state dot tp client dot get underscore role underscore ID by name workspace dot workspace ID and payload dot role a name. So go ahead and db the update user role, update workspace user role, of role name. Okay, update workspace user role, workspace ID, user ID, and its role ID. It passes here, and update is successfully. I said like this, and for user removed from workspace successfully. Just wait for a join workspace. Get it also. Just wait for it. Now let's create a fn workspace user handler equal to router, to return a router, not equal to router new. I want route. I want route for invite plus user invite code for get, and you get from routing get. Okay, and router route plus remove delete another remove user from workspace dot layer workspace auth permission is remove member, permissions from construct remove member dot route will be this get underscore workspace user dot layer permission, works, just copy somewhere. And permission will be view member. And just copy it from here, and route will be a user ID, and it will be a patch update user role. It will just update the user role, and its permission will be assign role to the member. Okay, just wait. Now you can understand what I am doing, but you can wait for this join, because I am creating it very soon. There is a one function I want to create for a common code. I will create in X file, then we will write the here, then we will update here everything. Okay, just for now, just okay, and it will not give you error any. Right now, just create new file in your handler function with workspace.rs and add it in workspace. Pub mode workspace. Okay. After it pub fn create a workspace underscore response igniters workspace underscore data, and data will be a workspace with role permission app underscore state equals to arc app state result implement into response to HTTP error let mute headers means not header map from Axum let new let cookie duration equal to time dot duration into minute app dot env dot max site into 60 into 60. At workspace cookie go to cookie picture build and workspace data dot workspace.id dot path at earlier within same but not header access same side remove security remove not a finish, it's a build. Now just headers dot append header fill from Axum set cookie will our workspace cookie dot to string dot parse dot unwrap will append here, and let response equal to exam. So response equal to JSON workspace create response DTO status equal to success data equal to workspace data let mute response equal to response dot into response into header mute dot extended here header okay response okay. Here is some error item. So while building a cookie build, yeah, cookie build right. A workspace. The part. Okay. Dot to string. Okay, you maybe know the why I am created this. Let's just seeing the why I am created this create workspace response, because we in this file we are writing this code again and again by creating this reference function. And now if you go to here in workspace user file, there is a joint after remove can get create workspace response here and just pass your workspace with underscore with data permission and app store dep. Now it will return directly this with the header and cookie change, because the workspace handler is workspace cookie. We are not getting from a part of any routing, we are getting it from cookies. Same way front end don't want to send it again and again. From cookies we will handle everything. Okay? That's why I am using it. There is some error here. Okay, now the error is gone. Everything perfect now. Let's create it. Create workspace function, update workspace function, delete workspace, get all workspace, get workspace by ID data. Okay. In this file we are writing this code again and again for header, mute, workspace detail, and why I created just separate function for it. Pub async fn create underscore workspace. Wait a minute. Sorry, AI is this time wrong. Extension from app underscore state equal to an arc, which is already an extension user. It's from JWT or middleware, and extension not JSON payload from workspace create DTO. Just remove this code for now. Payload dot validate dot map error. You know how it can be returned everything. Server error, we got to string. Oh, sorry, not server error, it's a bad request error. Let workspace to app state dot dp line dot create workspace with the name of payload dot name, and your user ID will be user dot id dot await, just await, not a question mark. Let workspace equal to match workspace with OK workspace like this, but here we need to something like in auth and register. Yeah, we want this, but let's copy from here and paste it here. From email exit, we don't want email exit, we want our own message here. Workspace with the same name already exit. If you try to give you error, what? SQL DB and everything is perfect. Okay, here we show return. Here we need to return this also need to return. Into response imperfect. Just ignore error and let's write the code. Just make query for our let workspace with like take it from here and just paste it here, and actually this is also here. Workspace ID is workspace.id. Okay, now the first function is completed, creating workspace. Now let's create a second function for update workspace. Up a sync append update workspace app. Here will be underscore user. For workspace ID, we will extend them for workspace will come from workspace auth middleware, and also come from JSON payload for update workspace, like update workspace DTO, and here will be a payload dot validate dot map let workspace detail like it, then first update workspace. Once first we created update workspace. Sorry. Here we will change the create workspace, not update workspace. Please copy. Just update workspace. Right. Just copy this code and update workspace work like this. After it, update. After it, let the response equal to response, create DTO, status success mode, message, update workspace, and JSON response by Gmail. This one multiple times. Where is update workspace defined? Oh, sorry, that was the error, bigger error. Update workspace. Actually, just delete this one and remove this one. Now the error was gone. Here, workspace dot workspace ID. Actually, we want workspace here, but we are checking the workspace. Now delete the workspace. Okay. When I am commit autocode table, the function not one. Delete workspace. How it works? Delete workspace ID. Yeah, click. Processing. Expand. Get all workspace extension app extension user result implement into response HTTP header. You can write like this, and workspace equal to app state dot db client dot get all workspace user from user dot id dot await dot map error. Will not a response. There will be a workspace list zero response. Okay, we don't need this. We need data. Workspace list DTO. It need workspace This is add as return give me error. Workspace, not that's what right now. Not the workspace. Okay, now error. Get all user from workspace. It will return the vector workspace DTO. So return the vector workspace DTO, and it will S workspace. Wait a minute. To the workspace, not a workspace. And the list of the DTO. There was a mistake in workspace. DTO that makes sure the update is. Now you can just save it. Workspace. Okay. Now you can just save it. It's fine. So get all workspace. Get all user workspace. What the function is do? Get the all user of this workspace from user ID. Okay, we are getting from owner. Up a string fn. Wait a minute. Workspace ID, workspace name. Get all workspace by user. There is just, I think there is some mistake. Owner IDs. Okay, get all user workspace. That was fine. Then get workspace underscore by underscore ID extended app set extended user part workspace underscore ID dot path UUID and a part also for X. Complete get workspace detail. There is an workspace. Workspace underscore width underscore role permissions get workspace detail is just some user dot ID some workspace ID workspace underscore ID and just not to this update workspace get workspace change here the name of it. So get workspace by underscore id. Okay. Now get created workspace underscore response with workspace with permission and app state. Okay. Now what? It defined multiple times. So not this one. And created it also defined multiple times. Not this one. Why I just use some respect also. Now everything is completed. Let's make our function Up Axum Workspace Handler router new router create get post from Axum create workspace simple and the router update put update workspace dot layer and put but not important, like input the put first. We'll say routing. Let's input which one we have put and which we delete and get. Now it is imported from there. We'll put here input from layer. Write workspace underscore dot permissions from construct. This permission is update, means update workspace. Just copy it and paste it below and just delete. Now it's for delete workspace. Just delete it, and here is also for delete workspace. Just copy it here, get underscore all workspace. Now we have permission. We not have any layer of permission. Post it and go route. So, route less underscore workspace ID underscore by ID. Router not route. Now you can see route. If you see the create update, delete, get all workspace, and get workspace by ID. Okay. Now our workspace also completed. Okay guys, I checked this error. It was said this here is some error for the get all workspace. For this get all workspace here is not a owner of user ID. This query is wrong in the last part where the query will be a wu dot user ID. It means it not keep only the owner user workspace. It need to keep all user workspace. It's just returning all workspace of a user which workspace has owner. It's not returning for user joined workspace also. Now we will change it here the query. Now it will return the user joined workspace also. There is some complex query that give error sometime. Make sure you join the or check the old query. Okay. Now the close all tab, the workspace is completed. Now there is only one file will be remaining in handler. It's a user file. Let's create it. User.rs. Add in a pub mod user. Okay. Now create is a pub async fn get me. By default me part directly get our detail. Extension app state with extension arg app state user jwt authentication result it will be implement into response. It will be SMTP error let filter of user filter user DTO filtered user and user. Let the response equal to user response status success data user data. It will be a user will be a filtered user. Want anything else? Okay. Okay, return JSON format from Axum Web SQLx response this This is function to simply get data from user and sell it. Not very nothing, just file a query is directly responsive to this data. Now pop async fn update user underscore password extension app extension user JSON body JSON user password update implement do response HTTP error if we want to update it. First of all, payload here, payload, just payload dot validate it dot and map error HTTP error that request dot to string let to user equal to user dot user let password must password match so the password means all password is already matched password from utils compare just send the body password body sorry payload password payload current password and access password from user dot and password dot map error it will be directly HTTP error server dot to string if password match return error HTTP unauthorized current password is incorrect. Let hash password always be hash so password before saving password in database always be password has a new password server error after the password update DT client we don't want to pass any filter is user update just DB underscore client and update user password from hashes password yeah the password is string password expected and sorry dot map header HTTP error server error e dot sorry server error e dot e dot to string mark, and this will be not a user response, simple response from DTO. Message will be password update successfully dot to string. Okay. So user password update successful. Let make pub string fn change email request extension user. Okay, let's see. Change email request JSON payload. Payload will be changed. Here, payload will be user email change request. Payload to user data is taken. Let's take token. There will be a ID will be a with our new let token expired. Okay. There will be a UTC from chrono now plus from chrono duration hour. I want in hour, not day, 24 day 4 hours. Enrollment. What the hell is doing? Let up. Yeah, checking email in DB. Update user dot email underscore request user dot id and body payload dot email token and token expired. Okay. Just let's send email underscore result to send email chain notification. This only things to we need to pass here. After it await, it will come from an app user payload dot email user dot email payload dot email token in here. Now let error not delete return error just HTTP server error. It is dot to string. It will be where unable to send your email change request please try again later. After it, email like this verification email link has been sent to your new mail address. Please check your inbox to confirm your email change. Okay. What is the error? There is no complete email change. Is some error? No matter from the user email change request. How? Update user email request and its payload will be a string, not this. Sorry, .env dot and token will like this and dot to string and email will be a payload to mail. Borrowing email to payload to mail. Okay, here already wait. User dot pending email pending will be optional if you add a let payload email and change here it will be an str. Okay, it will be an str, not a string. It will be an str with the borrowing email. Then we can use this also here. Okay, now email verification change code. It will be small pub async offense verify email change query from Axum. Query parameters. What is here? Email token. Parameters will be here, not like this. Here, email change verification, very DTO. Params dot first we need to from extract from X validate.map error after it let token equal to UUID dot pass to params dot token dot unwrap. After it app state dot db client verify email change. We don't need user ID, we need on tokens. Await map error, email change to email change, verify it successfully. Okay. Now the user also completed. Just add here one function for routing. Pub fn user handler simple with router Axum with router of new with route first offer slash me get me here is Axum routing need to get put post we need this tree route don't need email we need first all update password have output update user password after it have change email it have change email request after it have router verify email change get verify email change now it's done not the router sorry not the router route there will be a change route the user also completed now we all need to do a last change to close all file what you open it you tap and collect everything I use this and when you open the src in src now let's create a new file name with routes.rs pub fn create routers app state .arg app state first I will need to add it in the main file mod router okay. After it when I click this will become like this heading and it will return a router so let API underscore route equal to router new first it's a nest API so nest API I am going like this or here will be auth handler which will be a nest for a user here will be a user underscore handler with a layer middleware from Axum. From Axum, fn function auth underscore middleware function. Just write like this. Okay. Let's create the next, not the next, it's the next. Just copy paste it and paste it here. Now we need here workspace. Workspace. Here workspace handler. Just import workspace handler. After it, here will be a role. Here will be a role handler. Here will be a state. Let's copy paste. Permission will be a permission handler. Just one more. It's a workspace. Let's go user workspace underscore user handler. Now dot layer crack layer new from SMTP dot layer extension from Axum app state. Okay. Now just return here from router /new /next place parts of API like this and API route. Whole API route now it works fine here. Now go into main file. In main file, open your main file in SRC. After the router is completed like this, it's our router for user, out, workspace, role, permission, user, workspace, everything. After this, come here. Here is an app. Just remove this and call the create underscore router function from our route and just pass here arc new app state dot clone dot layer close to clone just remove the extension. We don't need extension right now. And there is any error. What is the error? Return full name. Obtain structure initialize. So it is very config perfect. Well config. Okay, it means you can. Oh, sorry. It means sorry. Then you can write this because both are the same. Okay. You can check this how the our raster give the our error then like reduce the code and perfectly right. Okay. Now let's handle it. There is a four thing in Auth. There's something wrong, I think so. Here, just underscore here. Don't need to give it warning. There is three more warning. Where is the warning? I don't see any warning. Okay, in route. So delete it, not to use it. Just remove it because it's not used. In user, okay, here one warning. Okay, here underscore. If not uses, if there is a no use something, if you put in front of it underscore or not, do underscore like this. If not uses anymore, just do underscore here. Not using here. Okay. Now that our project is completed fully, let's test here. Open your terminal. And make sure you all env is complete fully before we run this project. Make sure your env file with correct data field about your mail, SMTP server and everything, because if some errors going happen while sending a mail, it's not from code, also from your data credential of mail. Okay, so make sure you are using a correct mail data credential. Just run your cargo run. It will run your project. It will take some time for running. It will take some time. Let's open a Postman. For the Postman, just wait for it. Just it's running in background. It's compiling our library for us. Which library we need. Well, Postman is starting. There is an environment variable display. Environment display in backtrack. This secret must be set, not present. Okay. Let's see. There is some. Okay, there is secret key in config. There is a not secret key. Let's clear it and run it again. Server SMTP must be set, not a server SMTP. We have wait, I will show you what you need to do. Okay, there is a some small spelling mistake with the SMTP server. Here you can see the SPRPR. Some spelling mistake with the SMTP server. That by giving error. Now you can run the project. Let's see which error now it gives us. Now you can see the connection to database successful and server is running in HTTP localhost 8000. Okay? Now you can go in SMTP workspace. Okay, where you can find this or workspace template. This is our workspace template where you can find in the link in the below that this link by default code. On first of all, I will show you this link. Just go in here and dot example. This is my here. You can find down. Search for Postman collection. This is Postman collection. Just copy paste it here. Fully copy paste it. Oh, so long. Just full copy paste it here from end of the bracket and just try to import like this. When you click here in import, it will loading and opening for import panel for your Postman. Otherwise you can raw text. Otherwise you can just like this. You can do like this. Here's a row. When you click on row, it gives specific URL. Okay, you don't need to write, download anything. Just click on row. It gives a specific URL like this, and just paste this URL to here. We are reading the file. It will read and continue in background or cancel. If I have already done it, replace. No, I don't want to do. Replace. Let's replace it. Okay, it is same, nothing to do. The worry, the localhost slash API, everything I set up to everything. Just go in register and just here you can see here is an example for Gmail, but you can write your email or otherwise mail temp mail for checking online purpose for now. Take lot time. So many yet. I'm just copy pasting here. Return same name and say for password validator. Password must be at least uppercase. Okay, password is not having any uppercase. Example uppercase. How it give away error? It also will check the error. Must make sure your password is uppercase. Now it will take some time because it need to now send a mail to our collection. Now it's sending a mail. That's why it's taking a time for here. Again, failed to send mail to SMTP connection. Failure look up the address. You might temporary fail name. SMTP error. Let's user already exists. Let's check. Let Postman open. Sorry, PG admin. Sometimes it gives SMTP error on a first time, second time it works very fine. This will not work for Gmail, I think so. I don't know but how it works for Gmail or not. That's why it give error or not. Let's start and clear our database and just check with one more mail sent. Login. Login. Workspace. User. User. Just delete this user for now. Click here and delete it for now. And let's send the mail again. Let's check this time the mail is failed or not by previous one. This time the mail is sent successfully. If you go here and see, this mail is coming from here. Okay, the subject and mail, everything was here. You can see and click here, verify my mail. It will directly verify your mail like this. Okay, now your mail, if you come here and just refresh it here and see, your email verification is true. Okay, the mail sending is working perfectly for the first time, or sometimes it give you error because of the not connected with them. Okay, now just log in with it. The password is same, the password, oh sorry, I need to here example capital, just do it example capital, email and password is wrong. Okay, yeah, we change the email here. Now this is email, there is a no workspace. Let's first create now workspace with the name of Aarambh. I am activated, just creating a workspace. No column workspace found. There is an error, I think so. In database, create workspace. There is a create workspace. Create workspace. Workspace. Create workspace. Workspace name. Default. Workspace name, which means here is some error. Means if you go in handler, workspace, create workspace, which is the main function for creating workspace. After creating workspace, we are finding the get workspace detail. This. Okay. And in here, we are getting a workspace name. Go the workspace. Okay, let's see why it's giving us error for it. Workspace name. Perfect, the workspace name is wrong. Wait a minute. Workspace name. database workspace name, row give us what this, but we want workspace. Why give us workspace name? Then why give us check this workspace name? As a workspace name. It have workspace no name. It have space ID, no field in row. This row, your row have workspace detail. Query builder. Oh, okay, the workspace. The workspace. Oh, there is a spelling mistake. Make sure you don't do a spelling mistake like me. Just stop it and run it again. Because of the spelling mistake, it give the error. Make sure your spelling not mistake like me. Otherwise, it give the error. Okay. Now, after it, let's try it again to create a new workspace. Okay, take some time. If you go in workspace, there is a workspace created. Let's delete it. We don't want. We create again. For us, workspace this. Okay. You can check the email and anything else. And make sure you don't have any spelling mistake like me. So it's taking some time. Let's see anything else. And we have mistake now. Anybody has no mistake, I think so. I always have spelling mistake. Must be your spelling is correct, otherwise give you error. Like this. In some time. I don't need now for this mail. You can check the change email and everything. I pause the video and restart the video again for it taking long time. This is now you can see our backend is running perfectly. Now let's try to create and get the data. No name with no column found. It's giving the error. Now we check it this database. Workspace name. Workspace name. Wait a minute. Okay, the workspace name. Workspace name. The spelling mistake again. There's spelling mistake. Again, there's same spelling mistake. Just stop it and I will run again and update it. Workspace. Okay. Now let's run it again. Change it. Delete it again. Delete it again. Let when it run, I will show you. Okay, now let's check it again. Now see the which spelling mistake it gives us. Oh, there is no spelling mistake directly give us data. When now I can see whenever I log in again, it gives me same data. But when I log in again, if I create this workspace with same name already exit. If I workspace update name, put name here, the workspace update successfully, and let get all workspace. You have the name too. If I delete here, it's updated successfully. If I get, it's a updated name. If you want to get it by name, you can get it by name. Okay, by ID, you can get by ID. If you want to see all permission, you can see here all permission. Here is all permission, which is all description. Workspace user, get workspace user. Here is only workspace user. If invitation code I sent someone, the invitation code, the update page, and everything. You can check everything. If any error, just comment below. I will show the every error. Okay. And that's a wrap on the Workspace Kit backend. We cover everything from authentication to workspace, roles, invites, and secure route access, all written in Rust using Axum and tested live. I also show you the how I solved the error, and there is some biggest spelling mistake by me, but you don't do that. If there is the only spelling mistake error, nothing else, everything working fine. This is just demo. It's fully production ready backend you can use in your own SaaS or team-based tools. If you find this video helpful, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell icon so you don't miss any upcoming Rust backend content. Want to support my channel and me? Add to buy me a coffee. Your support helps me to keep creating real world backend projects like this one. And don't forget to join our Discord community. Whether you are just starting or already deep into Rust, you will find help, contribute, and space to grow. All links in the description below. Thanks for watching, and as always, happy coding from Aarambh.